Hello, hello.
I'm not feeling the intro music. I feel like we should have a new song. I should actually put a new song in the background and just play it for when I'm on. And I think you guys can have the old one, and that'll be fine.
I think we should take a vote. I think we should let the audience and let the viewers vote what music, what sounds they like, what they want in the intro and the outro. But hello, Petty. Hello, everybody. Does anybody notice anything different about anything? Me, Petty, maybe.
It feels like you're trying to comment on my hair. Yes, I do have a hairstyle in. Yes, you can compliment it now. Only positive comments, please.
First of all, I like your hair like that, but no offense, self-centered. I was talking about myself and the fact that I have a microphone and I'm super excited about that. So, yes, while your hair is done and it looks good, and I do like it, I have a microphone. So, yay me, finally. Listen, isn't Coolio dead?
Why would you say that? That's weird. People
I
are
thought that he
asking
was.
where's Themis and K. Let's just address the elephant in the room. Themis and K saw my hair and they left. They actually left and they said they don't want to be associated with me. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. That's just how I'm gonna do. So now Annalisa and I will just be alone on the weekends, Saturday at 5 p.m. Central Time. But today's Sunday because I was out here in these streets yesterday in Dallas, going out here doing Cinco de Mayo and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so Petty was having a good old time. And actually, Sunday was better for me as well. Weekends in general are really, really good for me. So I can have fun. I can drink on the weekend. I can talk that talk. Sunday, this weekend, it just happened to align better with our schedules. But moving forward, every Saturday, guys, we are going to have a show every Saturday evening. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be spicy. Maybe sometimes it might get a little bit sexy, but it's going to be fun.
Themis said no association. Okay, the rumor is confirmed. Themis don't want to be associated with anything to do with this hairstyle. So sorry, guys. But I did want to start out today on a positive note. Have you heard of someone called Leanna Roberts?
I have not.
Okay, so I'm going to put a news article on the screen that I was reading, and it has to do with Leanna Roberts. She's Anna the reporter. Yes, Anna's giving reporter energy today.
Hold on, wait. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
She's a 16-year-old Black girl, and she's graduating from the University of Alabama. I think this was actually last weekend. This article is from May the 3rd. I'm pretty sure that's when I read it. But I just thought that was really cool. That's like completely unrelated to anything, but she's 16 and graduating college. So she's already ahead of me in life. And she's still like a year younger than me. So that's crazy.
I love you, Cynthia. Check your DMs. Your stalker DM'd you, aka me. Thank you. And I just want to say something. I promise you guys, I'm not trying to be ostentatious with this mic. I'm not trying to be pretentious with the mic. I'm very tactile and I'm very
I feel like you think you're better than me because you have a mic that you can hold and mine stays in place and it's on a desk. So
well,
I feel like you're just coming up here to show me up.
This, first of all, I couldn't because your hair looks good, because I love your hair. I really think your hair looks good. I sometimes I get anxiety and I get twitchy and I'll try to touch things or look for things. But when you're holding a microphone, it's so much, it just takes your mind. I guess it kind of assuages the anxiety. So I like to hold things. I like to really be a part of things. So that's why I got this mic. It's also more compatible with my phone. That's really the real reason. If I sound better than previous weeks, if I sound better in general, please let me know. If I sound worse, it's because I need to use the headphones. So, but I'm happy. I got a mic. I'm a podcaster. I've arrived.
Okay.
I've arrived.
We're all proud.
It feels good. It feels good.
To kind of introduce the show, have you been keeping up with
The Kardashians? No. Oh, yes, I have.
Iyanna's comments regarding the bus driver. and why she don't think that you should not date the bus driver, and why your standards are too high if you want to date someone who owns property and who owns a business instead of working for somebody. Have you heard about anything like this at all? I'm sure you haven't.
I mean, I don't remember when I haven't heard it. I think the better question is when, like growing up in our lifetime, when haven't we heard that Black women need to settle and sort of temper their expectations with respect to Black men because of oppression and slavery and blah, blah, blah. But I think for me, what I realized about, I don't even know how to say her name. I'm going to say Yawana. I'm so sorry. What I realized about professionals in general, or anybody with a mic, myself included, is that we do sort of look up to them with like a level of reverence. Like, she has credentials, she's successful in her own right, shout out to her. But I've also come to realize that she has an extensive background of trauma. Like, she's been through a lot of trauma in her lifetime. And I think it's important for people to remember that all the credentials in the world and all of the accolades and success, sometimes people don't really get to a place where they have completely addressed their trauma and they've faced their trauma. And I think that her advice I think fundamentally her advice seems to circle the drain of how she justifies the things that she's been through, and how she maybe kind of panders to the pain. She kind of panders to the trauma. So listen, she may be a professional, she may be successful, she may have all these accolades, but doctors need doctors, right? Lawyers need lawyers, social workers need social workers. So bye. Like, I'm not gonna goodbye. I hope that I hope that she says,
what do you mean by we? I think he's asking who's looking up to Iyanna.
No, just in general. Like, there are a lot of Black women, Black male worshipers, Black women who revere Black men, who are going to continue to take her advice, who are going to continue to look to her as a sort of as a source of inspiration or advice or whatever it is. Not this community, thank God. We overstand. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're a little bit ahead of the curve, but we have to meet people where they are. Not everybody is where we are. But I just hope that she gives the same sort of, parallel advice to Black men. I hope that she says to Black men, hey, you know what? You need to lower your you need to go out into the community and you need to find single mothers living in destitution and poverty. And you need to pick them up out of that poverty and take care of their child. Because she's a good woman. She's intelligent. She's beautiful. It's going to give you purpose. All of that sentimental jargon. I hope that she keep the same energy. Single mothers need love too, and apparently bandits need love too. So I mean, it's the same energy. It must apply.
I'm not going to beat the topic to death because I feel like it's already been covered by any and everybody. I see Themis Cynthia and Pink Pill actually did something Friday, I'm pretty sure, even though I didn't get to watch all of it, about this.
So good.
So I didn't want to spend too much time on that. I just I found it interesting how people, not just Black men, but even Black women too. Let me phrase it like this. I've never come to, I guess, the Black women empowerment space and seen Black women talking about, like, Black men, please stop dating up, please stop looking for white women or something. Like, I've never seen anything like that in this space. In fact, I generally see the opposite. I usually see like encouragement, even if it's disingenuous, people telling the passport bros, go where you want, for example, go where you're loved. Who's the lady that says sprinkle sprinkle? She said go where you're loved. She said go where you're loved, because if you can't find a woman in America who's okay with an Uber driver salary, then go to the Philippines, because the $7.25 an hour stretches much further over there. So go where you're loved. And that's kind of what I get from here. People aren't like policing it in the way that people police Black women's standards. And I think kind of what Iyanna was doing was reiterating something that I feel like I've self-confirmed before, regarding there being more of a stigma regarding Black women dating up, I guess, socioeconomically, or having standards at all. And I thought that was interesting because I actually did research before, not about Black women dating up necessarily, but dating out. And it's the same kind of thing insofar as there's a stigma. I read a study called "A Little More Ghetto, a Little Less Cultured," and it had to do with racial stereotypes about interracial daters in the United States. So it was looking at Black women, Black men, white women, and white men. I don't think it looked outside of that. And the professor, I think Professor Flores, found that when Black men date out, there's very little pushback from Black women. But when Black women date out, there's a lot of pushback from Black men. Also, in the white community, when white women date out, there's a lot of pushback from white men. But when white men date out, there's not the same type of pushback from the woman. Flores asserts that when we're in a patriarchy, I guess women are considered sort of like a property. You can let me know if I'm rambling, by the way, and you can like interject at any time. But when the men consider women property, not like literal slaves, even though maybe some people
No,
do,
they do. But
just
yeah,
like
go
this
ahead.
subconscious view of women as objects. When you see your object, so to speak, dating out, dating up, or dating something that's not you, you tend to feel a little more vitriolic about it. And the women don't seem to be conditioned to do that. Now, Black men who have high standards or who date out, for example, do get pushback from white men, interestingly, and white men who date out get pushback from Black men. But I found that interesting.
So I think that these things, I think the pushback that men are getting. So I guess it is a patriarchal effect, culturally speaking, right? I think that men sort of have the social and the social, political, and cultural carte blanche to date whoever they want. But I don't think the same is true for women. But I think the reasons are very different. I think the reasons that white men look down upon white women, even the walruses, the whales, the big burly things. I think that white men look down on these women because of the social deficits that it does entail, right? It's like it says something about your psyche that you can't really secure a man that looks like you, right? It says something that you can't get your counterpart. It says something is defective about your psyche or about the choices that you've made in your life. Whereas for when they look at Black men dating white women, I think white men I think there's sort of, it could be subconscious, but it's sort of like you're never going to be me. You can date Big Becky, but you're never going to be me. You're not in the running to be me. You're not going to catch up to me. This doesn't bring you up to the status. It doesn't give you the power. It doesn't give you the social leverage, and it doesn't give you the clout that you think it does. So I think for white men, I don't think that there's an element of jealousy. I really think it's kind of like, really, like you think that's going to work? I kind of think I think they're reviled. I think they're just reviled at the idea of white women and Black men getting together, knowing, and I think they know why. They know that this Big Becky, you couldn't get a Chad, and they know Pookie is a Pookie who wants to be a Brat, right? So I think that the reasons might be different, but yeah, the patriarchy, it lives and breathes.
Okay, thank you. That's not I didn't want to spend too much time on that just because that has to do with Eon and the bus driver thing. So I wanted to get straight into the topic, which is Jessica Dupart, hope I'm pronouncing that right, and Brat, apparently a lesbian couple who are choosing who have chosen a sperm donor, it looks like, and they're under fire for their comments around having a white sperm donor. They said the only Black donor they could find looked like Jiminy Cricket. Is it Jimmy Cricket or Jiminy Cricket? Let me quickly look up a picture because I've never heard of that before actually, and put it on screen just so we can see what they're saying.
I will say I don't want my baby looking like that either. Oh God.
Wait, so you would choose just quickly before I get more into that, do you think it's weird for someone to specifically look for a pretty partner to avoid having ugly children?
No, I think evolutionarily speaking, there are advantages to choosing a good looking partner. I think there are like I mean it seems to align with the idea that women are hypergamous. They monkey branch. They want the best. They want the strongest. They want Chad. They want the best looking. They want the 8-pack. I mean, so when women actually, whether and sexual orientation is to me doesn't really matter. But when women actually do sort of ascribe to that idea or they lean into it, it's a problem. Who wants
okay,
to
no,
listen? I don't want ugly sperm either.
Not necessarily a problem as so far as someone's like, I don't find this man attractive, so I don't want to be with him. I actually think that's like really reasonable, but I feel like
you wouldn't want to be with him.
It's different for someone to say, I'm not gonna partner with somebody because my child's gonna look ugly. I feel like
that's why it's the same. That's why you wouldn't want to be with him, because your kid would look ugly. The same woman who says
no, I wouldn't want to be with an ugly person because I want to find my partner attractive. But I feel like wanting your kids to be attractive is weird. I don't feel like it's weird because you would want your kids to look good, I'm sure, but I don't know, it just feels kind of weird to me.
I think that, first of all, attraction is so subjective. So, but I think if someone is subjectively, or if they're not attracted to you, like, listen, I don't make the rules. And if someone is not attracted to your sperm, I mean, that's a you problem, spermy. That's like too bad. I don't think that people should care. Or if I could understand the upset if you're choosing between looks and like and maybe the neurological health of a baby, like the physical health of a baby, like healthy sperm versus this is like, the sperm donor was so good looking. Like this is an Idris Elba sperm, or for me, I like Wood Harris from The Wire. So his sperm I wanted. But I think there's a difference, right? It's like Idris Elba, the sperm looks good, but the motility is bad, the quality of the sperm's garbage, and you might come out with a kid that has like 8 toes versus really
I think they specifically said that they were avoiding. I'm gonna play something that they gave a defense. Jessica gave her defense. We're gonna listen.
Not a defense.
But in her defense, she was talking about how there were thousands of donors, but they're specifying it down so that there are no like abnormalities or any high risk or anything like that, and they just came to a small pool, and the only black person was ugly. So it doesn't have to do with like, oh, my child might have an extra toe, which I don't know if y'all consider that ableist to not want a child with something like that. Maybe not, but it does have to do with physical appearance.
I would choose the healthy, good-looking sperm over the healthy, ugly sperm. Period. Any day, all day, every day. I'll do it twice on Sunday. I don't care.
Okay,
call me superficial.
I'm not gonna die on that hill because I'm not their sperm donor. I don't think you're their sperm donor. I don't think anybody in the audience is their donor. I don't think anyone commenting on this so far is their donor, and I don't personally think anybody who isn't them or their donor really has much of a say. I just thought it was kind of weird, but apparently people in the chat agree with you. I did not know y'all were out here dating based on what your kids are gonna look like. Because no, that actually feels like something we avoid doing. You don't think
listen, it's the same reason that men will sleep with anything. Listen, if you could be partially able-bodied, they'll crush you. Will they necessarily have kids with like a girl whose face looks like an old catcher's mitt? Like there's a reason that Big Burly is not pregnant, doesn't have kids. Like men are thinking twice. Okay, I don't think it's different for men or women. I think everybody wants the best looking, the healthiest, the biggest, the strongest. And the caveats the concessions that we make, like, okay, he's not that good looking, but he split the atom and he's a genius, or he's Jeff Bezos, or like, I think there are concessions that we make, but generally,
I feel like on this channel specifically, there have been multiple instances of us talking about how like it's actually bad, the fact that some black men, for example, will specifically date white women because they want their children to have quote unquote good hair, or I guess more palatable skin tone. Well, a skin tone they consider prettier, which is going to be light skin tones, or hair that is not like features that are not ambiguously black. You feel like this is different?
In terms of the choice that they made? No, I think
so like to date someone because you want your child to look a certain way, I feel like is weird.
Sorry, so choosing because you want your child to have specific features, that's different.
Pieces said, new here, is this lady black? I'm not a lady. I am black though. Or is he asking about the two women?
He's asking about, can you also show them your nails? He's asking about me. And I definitely consider myself black. I mean, we can go through the whole, like, no, again.
You're black?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I think I don't want to get into the racial identity. Like, we have to dedicate time to this.
No, we don't. We absolutely
No, we do. Listen, guys.
Wait, because I actually don't know if he was asking about me, you, or the people in the who we're discussing the Brat.
He's talking about I'm the lady, okay? I'm an older lady, and yes, I am black. My skin is mad light. I literally, you know what I find interesting too? I think I was darker when I was younger, and I think as you get older, your melanin like breaks down and people get lighter. So like I'm sort of morphing into Michael Jackson.
It feels like the comment is taking away from what we were talking about. I don't want to have the biracial and black argument today.
I mean, well, and then what do you consider biracial and yeah, and that's why I said we need time. So listen, guys, I'll get into that. I don't have a problem. I'll break it down. I'll go Glock for Glock, but I'll do that maybe next week if you guys want me to. It's really not that interesting. But yes, I'm black. Blackity black.
I'm also black. I'm from Saganda. So I'm actually like African black, not like well, I guess you're not American. Let me not start the story wars.
But he actually speaks Sagandian. Can you say hello pieces in Sagandian?
Ranga Hatitamangoyam Te Ramgang.
Oh my God, so beautiful.
We also have two new members. Beautiful. Welcome, Latoya. I don't do the membership dance because this is Themis' channel, and I'm not trying to get like copyright stricken or something. I don't know how that works if I steal the dance, but I will put it on the back.
It's just this. It's just jazz hands.
Themis is going to come on the next show and dance immediately for the members who join on this one. So we'll save these so that he
Welcome
knows.
To the membership, jazz hands, everybody. Welcome, D Nice.
Welcome also, D Nice. Speaking of D, back to what I said regarding, sorry, that took me way off topic, regarding black men selecting white women because they want their daughters to look more beautiful, have less ambiguously black features, I guess looser coil pattern hair and stuff like that. You don't feel like it's problematic for these men to be dating for their children to be more attractive? That feels weird to me. It feels like something you guys have opposed on the channel before.
No, it is problematic, but I'm saying that that's not analogous to going through thousands of sperm donors' profiles and getting down to literally just one really viable and successful sperm donor who happens to be black and also unattractive.
But
it's not my like. Listen, it's not DeBrat's fault. Sorry.
But the concept is the same to me. You're selecting a partner.
It's not because black. No, it's not because black men have attractive black women to choose from. It's not because black men have a lot of options to choose from. We're talking about them literally going through catalogs.
This isn't about the amount of options to me. It's about the concept of selecting a partner for the sake
if you're gonna draw a parallel, then it has to be about the options, because it's not our fault that there's not a surplus of black men who have good sperm, who are also good looking, who are donating. Listen, there's a surplus of black men's sperm circulating in the community, not in like the sperm donors, like they don't need black men's sperm. And black men are out here impregnating everything and everyone. It's not our fault there isn't a surplus at the clinic. That's their fault. It's not DeBrat's fault that they literally went through all these catalogs and could only find one that met their criteria, that was black, but he happened to be ugly. That's not their fault. That's black men.
Again, I feel like you're making it about the one black donor, which we will talk about. But I'm making it about even if there wasn't a black donor, if you're choosing a if you're choosing a partner specifically because you want your child to look attractive, that's what I'm talking about. Not wanting to pick the one black donor.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Statistically speaking, there have been studies. There's science. There's science behind this. attractive people, generally speaking, are more successful. They do better in life. They have better outcomes. I don't think that if you ever want to become a parent, I think that it's incumbent upon you to put yourself in the best position and to put your child in the best position to succeed in all arenas in life. And I don't think that wanting them to be attractive is a bad thing. I don't think that anybody should be vilified for that. It's not a problem.
I feel like you're ascribing a less shallow view to it. It feels very shallow to me. And you're doing, I think, a lot of analysis that I don't think people do when they select an attractive partner for the sake
you are asking, no, why do you think attractive people want to be with other attractive people? You don't think that they've done the analysis? You don't think even the analysis is subconscious?
Well, as two attractive people, I'm sure that you and I understand that we can't date the uglies. That would just be unsettling, but it has nothing to do with our children, right?
Listen, I will say I've dated uglies in my life, and it was a problem. Ugly men are insecure. They're ugly and they know they're ugly. And that brings on a litany of other problems. I would rather date a man who's good looking or like average looking, maybe above average looking, who's confident, who understands
Again,
their capacity.
You're making an argument about, sorry to interrupt, about you as an individual would pick a partner who you're attracted to for the sake of you being attracted to your partner. It's only when you attach this to your child that I feel like it's weird.
Right, but your child in many ways is an extension of you. If you understand the implications of being an attractive person in a capitalistic society, in a society that places insurmountable amounts of value on the way that you look and the way that you present, that makes complete and perfect sense to me. What doesn't make sense is, hey, you can get ahead in life if you're attractive. Let me go sleep with Quasimodo because I don't want to be shallow.
What? But he's such a nice guy. But he's such a nice guy. I do like him. He's so nice. That's the problem with women these days. Y'all don't want nice guys like Quasimodo. Y'all only want bad boys.
Okay, guys. I'm going to cut you off, you guys, because today is going to be a very contentious live, because Petty and I vociferously we disagree on something. We're going to get to it later. And it's very problematic for me. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Petty's viewpoint, when we get to the advice piece of this live, I think that it's so problematic. So the funny thing that him talking about, like, red pill ideology, that's what's wrong with you women today. That just triggered me, because the way you're
joking, actually.
Oh yeah, we'll see when we get to the advice portion. We'll see.
Curry says, do most educated, attractive Black men have a reason to donate? I figured it was a young college man thing to donate. Well, the Brat and Jessica, actually, let's bring that up now. It's good that she super chatted that. Thank you.
Thank you, Curry Up and E. We love you.
Because they did point out that there was like a major lack of Black male donors.
Yeah, because the surplus of black men are putting their sperm in people's bodies, not in a cup. That's the problem.
Why are you so vulgar today? I'm trying to have.
We're talking about sperm. We're talking about sperm donors. What do you want me to do?
I ain't never heard the sign in my life. Don't y'all know ain't it a felon to talk about this type of stuff in front of a minor? Do y'all know how old I am?
Forget about it. He is not a minor.
Okay.
Pull up the video and stop crying.
Don't they donate for pizza and a drink? Oof.
Boo, they will donate for less than that. Maybe
are
they
y'all
need
saying that? Wait, are you trying to say that men are cheap?
Black men? We're absolutely saying that Black men, yes, absolutely.
I don't believe it. I don't believe Black men are out here donating sperm to anybody who asks for it. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe that anybody asks for their sperm except for Black women. And even sometimes they're not asking for it. They're just
when I said donating sperm, I didn't mean at the bank.
Nobody wants it.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But let's see what Jessica has to say about what she said.
I see all of the headlines. Yeah, we did an interview with a publication, and when we did the interview with the publication, they had access to the first episode. In the first episode of Brad Loves Judy, we are in search of Black donors. So a question was asked around that, because you saw in real time us trying to find a Black donor and you saw the difficulties. There are difficulties. So there's a lot of facts in the world that people, I feel like, really don't know or are ignorant to. And that's that Black men make up 5% or less of the sperm donation pool. And then even with that, once you put in your genetic testing, you'll be lucky to find, it's early in the morning. Even with that, once you put in your genetic testing, you'll be lucky to find one, if any. I'm a carrier of 4 different things, 4. And since we getting into it, I'm gonna, in one of the slides, you're gonna see everything. And the severity of the things that I'm a carrier of, if we chose somebody that had the same thing, our child would most likely have it. And they're severe. So, and then even with that.
So that's what she had to say. She then went on to provide some data regarding Black men making up less than 5% of the donation pool. And then the genetic testing she did that's looking for diseases, everything that she just said, basically. And after inputting all of this, the amount of Black men who were actual viable donor came down to one Black man. And he was ugly. So, well, according to her, because y'all know all Black people are beautiful in my eyes. But
niggas can be ugly. But anyways, listen, I think it's ridiculous that she even had to do that. The fact that she even had to explain, justify in any form and intimation capacity, to me that's ridiculous. When Black men have been running around here, let's are we being serious? But what I will also say is, it is true, especially in the more affluent and higher end, because yeah, there are levels to sperm banks. You do have to meet specific criteria. Whose fault is it that Black men don't meet that criteria? Like, I'm sorry. Whose fault is it that Pookie's Pookie? It's not the person going to the sperm bank. It's Pookie's fault. It's his fault that he's smoking so much weed. He's, his sperm's like retarded. Doesn't know how to swim straight. It's no one's fault that their sperm is not viable and unhealthy, and that they don't meet the criteria. It's also no one's fault that they don't go into the sperm banks. They don't see any utility in donating their sperm. Also, they're populating the world just by being Pookies anyway. So they don't there's no incentive.
Wait, because there's a comment that said, Petty, why you ain't donate? I don't understand which part of my hairstyle did y'all see today that made y'all feel like I could walk in any sperm bank and be accepted. I'm not going to entertain that mess. But regarding this situation and what you just said, our word aside, what I found kind of upsetting and why I wanted to talk about this is because of her initial comment. Number one, I guess we can debate about whether or not it's actually anti-Black what she said about the man looking about Jiminy Cricket or whoever. I don't think it was. But number two, upon them presenting all of this information about the fact that literally there's only one Black sperm donor who I'm not attracted to, as opposed to all of these other viable options. And we spent weeks looking at this. I read a news article from Vibe regarding them going even more into this, which I put on the screen actually in that comment. They were waiting weeks. They were waiting weeks to see if the pool increased, but they had a certain time frame and they had to choose within a certain amount of weeks, and there were no new Black sperm. Like, it was a lot going on, and it seemed like they were actually putting a lot of effort into this. It doesn't seem like they were like, I just want a white baby or something weird like that. It seems like they legitimately were searching and just happened to not be able to find a Black donor. So it was really weird. Like, some of the top comments on the post I just showed you from the men were like, just say y'all want a mixed race baby and move on. Playing in our faces as if the Brat couldn't have found a successful, healthy brother to be the sperm sponsor. I think
this is what I think
there
that
are.
Oh, sorry.
No, there are several comments like this, like, why not just work harder? Why not just look harder? Why not just search harder? I mean, it feels like, number one, there's a lack of understanding of how I think people kind of bastardize what it is to do these types of pregnancy, where it's not just having sex with someone, but you actually have to go and get sperm inserted in you. How much these pregnancies could fail, how much difficulty there is with finding a donor, as they expressed. And they presented all of that. So it feels weird after that for people to still come up and say, y'all just want a mixed race baby. Y'all just hate Black people. Y'all just hate yourself, or something like that.
I also think that people need to keep in mind, this is an extremely, it's an extremely financially, in some cases, people are really spending top dollar. They want the best, they want to have the best procedures, they want to go to the best doctors, they want to have the best outcomes. That costs money. So the longer that they spend looking, the more money that they're just gonna hemorrhage their finances, just in the name of Black men, in the name of Blackness. Like, this is exactly what Cynthia's talking about. This is selective mating. This is exactly what she's talking about. She's not saying, hey, don't be like, don't talk to don't have kids with them. She's saying, make sure that whoever you're going to have children with, be intentional about it, be strategic, be intelligent, be smart about it, employ all of your strategy, and make sure that you're making the best decision so that your child will have the best outcome. Like, it seems like a lot of mind your business should be going on, and it's not going on, because, and like, Black men like lying, crying, and denying when their rates of interracial or biracial children, there's definitely a surplus in that area. And you see it more and more in foster homes. You see it more and more in group homes. Why don't they go worry about those biracial children who are definitely going to have issues, and the men who are impregnating these white women who definitely have issues? Like, the mind your business. Like, the Black men are exhausting. It's to have to pull up like files and research and this and that just to prove to a bandit that you love your Blackness, that you like. What? No, bandit, go away, go sit in the corner somewhere, shut the hell up, mind your business. You can't even afford to do any of the procedures or take the steps that they're taking to have a healthy and productive child. Like, it's go away.
Like, it's and it's not that I don't think, actually, let me read the super chats first. Curry Up and Eat says, do the sperm bank not ask for proof of credentials? They do. That's why I said earlier I was not accepted. Curry Up and Eat also said they would have dragged her. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. They would have dragged her for picking Trey Songz or the science guy. Wait, the who? Bill Nye? I'm not mad at them. Who's the science guy?
Is it Bill Nye? Because I would pick Bill Nye over a bandit any day. Bill Nye the science guy? Bill Nye the science guy. Really?
Do Petty agree with Sinji on this lady? Oh, I didn't know Cynthia made a video about this already. So maybe he's talking about selective reading, or selective, like, being intentional about partnering. Maybe she's talking about. I feel like I've made my stance pretty clear as far as I really don't believe, number one, this is anti-Black, because they haven't made comments that I think are anti-Black. I think I don't think it's like, I think a conversation can be had about people who purposefully choose a donor who's not the same race or whatever have you. I think maybe a conversation could be had about that. But in this specific instance, there's nothing to lead me to believe that this is anti-Black. She spoke specifically about difficulty that she had finding any donors, and how the pool of donors drastically reduced due to other factors that had nothing to do with, like, she was talking about her health. She was talking about high risk. She was talking about genetic diseases that she carries and would be a high risk to pass to the child. So none of that had anything to do with anything Black, in my opinion, except her comment regarding
oh my God.
Jiminy
don't
Wait,
live and die on that hill. Don't live and die on that hill.
I'm gonna read the last super chat and then we can get to that. 2L said, if this week wasn't evidence that majority of the Black community supports Black male coddling, then I don't know what more evidence you need. Black women get dragged for having standards. And keep in mind, the standard here seems to be, I want my child to be attractive, which I have an issue with, but apparently nobody else does, so it's fine. As well as I need my donor to, like, not give me a high risk pregnancy. Like we're talking about possibly the risk of dying during childbirth.
I really think that you're not giving enough credence to the extent and the lengths that they've gone to actually find this sperm. They were looking for sperm from a Black man. They were looking for viable, healthy, good sperm from a Black man, and I think that people are negating just because of the outcome, the choice that they made in the end. I think that people are shirking past all of the effort, time, resources that went into looking for a Black man, a viable, healthy, good-looking sperm. I like, and this is, and you're in the Black community when you can gloss over all of the effort that's being put into something, and then you can kind of get to the outcome of something, and then cop a plea, cry, and have a problem with it. They took all of the necessary steps. They did everything right. Mind your business. Black men are the last people to talk. They know damn well they're not going to raise that baby. They don't raise their own kids. What do you mean? Why are you worried about a baby, like the race of a baby? It doesn't matter if they're biracial, you'll leave them. It doesn't matter if they're Black and they look exactly like you, you'll leave them, probably faster. Like, it's enough. Black man, go away for a while, take a walk. Like, it's enough. We had enough.
So the last thing I'm going to say on that is actually going to be about the Jiminy Cricket comment. Specifically, one comment that I read that said, none of these facts regarding everything she presented about the sperm donors and such and the high risk and such legitimize the anti-Black comments made about the Black donor. It was clear that she did not choose the only viable Black donor solely off of his looks. First of all, I don't agree that it's anti-Black, but I do agree that she is choosing not to choose the only viable donor based solely off of his looks. This is something that
sounds like a cope.
Don't cope here. Look, this is actually something I was thinking about. Was the comment anti-Black regarding him looking like Jimmy the Cricket?
No.
Again, let me quickly put him on screen just so we're all aware of who we're talking about. This is Jiminy Cricket. So take what you will from this photo if you guys are watching and not listening.
Let me tell you something. If you look like Jiminy Cricket, you're shaking it rough. And I'm
well,
sorry.
I thought I look kind of like Jimmy the
I'm
Cricket.
sorry for you, but we don't know that man. If you look like Jiminy, we don't know that man. Okay, we don't know you, and I'm sorry.
So
but I don't think that it's racially. I don't think to say that a Black man looks like Jiminy Cricket if he looks like Jiminy Cricket. I don't think that it's racially motivated or necessarily racially pejorative.
Wait,
some people, Black or white, some people really look. They really look like things. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're ugly, you're ugly. Keep it moving. Just have an immaculate personality.
So I don't think calling someone ugly is like anti-Black. Calling a Black person ugly is anti-Black. But I do think it's an interesting topic of discussion because this is something I've discussed in therapy before. Without discussing too much what I talked about, I did some soul searching about. Do you remember Jonathan Majors before everything was going on that's going on right now with him? Was voted sexiest man alive or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't vote. I want a disclaimer.
Yeah, that's
I did not vote.
Too. I had a personal issue with that.
Vote.
I had a personal issue with him being voted sexiest man alive because I don't feel like he's serving the looks that the title sexiest man alive to me, I feel like would warrant you serving looks, but I guess not, maybe. And I talked to my therapist a little about this because as I was listening to some of the critiques of Jonathan Majors being the sexiest man alive, specifically in the Black women empowerment spaces, I felt conflict because a lot of the critique, including my own, had to do with his facial features, which I think are Black features. His nose, his lips, kind of his facial shape and structure. And I feel like those are Black features. I felt conflict because I didn't know if we all had a little unconscious anti-Black bias inside of us when discussing this. And I was wondering, do I legitimately think he's ugly? Or again, is there like an unconscious anti-Black bias and I just find Black features ugly? How might I feel if someone were making these comments towards a Black woman with the same type of features who was voted sexiest woman alive? Now,
listen. And maybe we can go picture for picture, feature for feature. There are a lot of Black men who are phenotypically Black, who have very pronounced features, who have black features, like phenotypically, who have broad noses, who have beautiful full lips, and they can go on. Okay, they're an 11 or a 12 out of 10. It's not. I'm sure that on some level, for some people, I'm not going to say, oh, this is how all black, especially black women. I don't think that black women would lean into that sort of like subconscious or unconscious, or definitely conscious bias. I don't think black women would lean into it. I think black women, in my experience, we do like black men who are phenotypically black and who have those features. Some people have them and they're murked, and that's not our fault. And some people have them and they're not murked, and that's not anybody's fault. Sorry. But at the end of the day, if you're ugly, you're ugly with an H. If you're ugly, you're ugly with a U. If you are beautiful, if you're gorgeous, like, it is what it is. Listen, the world is round. There's nothing we could do. And that's why it's so important to work on interpersonal skills. And that's why it's important to have a really good personality. So it is what it is. But I think Wood Harris is an example of someone who, to me, looks phenotypically black. And listen, what I would do to get near him, forget about it. Okay? So it is what it is.
Do you want to read this super chat? I can't pronounce that.
What do you think I am? Like a oh my God.
You have a microphone. You have a microphone. I'm gonna expect you to come with some heat today.
Put him on the screen. Oh my God. Who said that in the chat? Oh my God, put him on the screen. I'll do it. Let's go. What do
you mean?
He's a black actor. His name is I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry to Allah. I don't want to offend you. That name I know it's an Islamic name. Mahershala. I butchered it. No, just the black man from Moonlight. I don't know how to pronounce it. Let me try. I'm done. I'm done. It's too late for that. Microphone or not?
Well, since I've
my God.
If this is evidence of anything, it's that the standard in the community is low, because I'm not seeing what y'all are seeing. But
okay,
y'all are the same people. Y'all are the same people who voted Jonathan Majors.
That's fine. It's subjective. But does he phenotypically present black or other? That was your original premise and question. So answer that question.
Yeah, why they put him next to Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes, listen. Have you seen Jungle Fever? Wesley Snipes used to be the it man back in the day. Okay, they used to come.
This man here.
For me, when I was a kid, I was attracted to Wesley Snipes. Yeah. As I got older and I realized that he was a violent, aberrant bandit.
This one here on the left, to be clear. This picture right here. Oops, what happened?
No, I don't want to see him as he gets older. I don't know what happened. I don't know, and I'm not. I'm not an ageist. I'm old my damn self. But Wesley isn't. He's not Wesley anymore. But again, both of those gentlemen present as black, and for me, growing up, Wesley. Oh God, Wesley could get it, and Mahershala Ali. Maybe I said it right.
All right.
What I would do to get here, not go to New Jack City. Go to a picture of New Jack City.
Yeah.
I mean, like, come on, don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't do this.
Yeah, give it what needs.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Okay, just understand today I'm gonna make a note that all of y'all in these comments and you on the screen said that Wesley Snipes can get it.
No, show a younger picture of Wesley. Show Wesley in Jungle Fever or show Wesley in New Jack City. Don't do that, Petty.
This picture says this is high school photo.
Go to hell. Okay, you're gonna go to hell for this. Wesley, you used to be. Listen. Wesley back in the day, I don't care what anybody says. It's just like Mekhi Phifer. Mekhi Phifer is phenotypically black. He has black features, phenotypically black features. And Mekhi Phifer back in the day, oh my God. And this is coming from someone who's 5'9". I'm tall, so I need my man to be tall. But Mekhi, his little pinch self, Mekhi could get it. Oh my God.
If I didn't believe in black male worship before I do today, so if just feel solace that y'all convinced me of something. And he said again, my Hershey love, period, trademark TNT, trademark TNT.
But this, I just want to prove to you though, that it's not, I don't think that black women harbor like any bias against you know, like phenotypically Black features. I think that Black women will celebrate them, love them. I think that they're drawn to them. Obviously, you're going to have some pockets of Black people in general who obviously who do uplift whiteness and all that that entails, including features. But that's just to answer your question. Listen,
Okay.
don't talk about my taste, because you guys don't know what they look like back in the day. I'm older than you guys. Okay, I'm old. Wesley was to me, he was very handsome. Okay.
Okay, now I actually have an issue because Curry Up and Eat says, thank you for the super chats, everybody, by the way. Morris Chestnut is the epitome of sexy for me, period. Jonathan was facially challenged and I refused. Now I'm confused because I just pulled up a picture. Is this Morris Chestnut?
No, it is not.
Nah, wait. Do I
that's-
actually have an unconscious bias against Black people in Black people?
Yeah, you asked the question and you answered your own question. You have the bias. You're operating with a low level of white supremacy.
The way y'all,
that's Tay Diggs, okay? That's Tay Diggs. That's not Morris Chestnut.
Oh, okay. That's Tay Diggs.
And Tay Diggs is not my taste either. And it's like the bald head and the short height. Like you can be bald and tall, but not bald and short. Like you gotta pick a struggle. So Tay Diggs for me, like, nice smile, but he was just you know what I'm saying? Just okay.
Okay, I found one of Morris Chestnut. This one here, it looks like.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, no.
Okay, you know what? I'm done. We're done. We're gonna shift gears.
Because I actually had a legitimate discussion with my therapist, and I was like, wait, is it actually me? Like, are these people attractive? And I just have an unconscious bias against Black people and Black features. And then y'all are in the comments and you're on the screen like, no, you just have to look up the attractive ones. And I'm pulling up Morris Tay, whoever. I'm sorry. And
that's not Morris Chestnut. Okay, let's move on. Let's get to a more serious. Let's get to a less vacuous topic. Okay. At the end of the day, everything's subjective. Yes, there are some people who view beauty through the lens of white supremacy, or operate with low levels of it in some capacities, or socially engineered to see it that way, or culturally. And then, but in general, I think that Black men, no, but Black women, I think that they love their Blackness and they date men that reflect that.
Okay, I guess I'll conclude my thoughts just regarding her surrogacy and choosing not to pick the one Black donor. Do I think it can be internalized anti-Blackness? Yes. Do I think it was in this instance? No, absolutely not. There's no reason that she's given to make me believe that at all. And I do agree with you, by the way, all jokes aside, and with the chat, as far as you being able to not every single critique of a Black person's attractiveness, or rather lack of, is anti-Black necessarily. So
thank you. I'll take the W in this entire conversation. I won. Let's move on. Oh, Boris Kojo. Oh God. The thing about Boris Kojo looks like my brother.
No, we're moving on. Y'all, I'm not about to look up no more pictures of these people. I feel like y'all
I can almost guarantee that everybody in the chat knows who Boris Kojo is. But the problem is, like, I would fantasize about Boris Kojo, and then like my brother would walk in the room and I'd be like, ew, oh my God. Like it was giving incest, and it was just like they look too much alike. The only difference is like my brother might be a little bit darker, and my brother, his hair, he had long hair. But I can't fantasize about him anymore. It's too much. Yeah, let's move on.
All right. Anywho, Chris Brown in this altercation, since we're talking about people who aren't attractive but people think they are, in a surprising twist that anyone could have guessed, Chris Brown got into a little scuffle. I'm going to go ahead and present this on screen. And he was arguing with Usher. Wait, I don't actually think we should play this. I don't know how YouTube's terms are as far as playing stuff that can be seen as violent. So I won't play it. I'm just going to read from the screen. So Chris Brown and Usher got into a heated argument. This was a couple of nights ago, and this apparently led to a scuffle. And let me pause and say I've never heard the word scuffle before in my life. That's interesting. but it turned into a scuffle that got violent outside. I assume a scuffle is a fight, maybe, or altercation. Don't know.
You're a genius.
Which I can't play the footage, but apparently the footage just shows them going back and forth before allegedly Chris Brown and his team assaulted Usher outside later that night.
I think the most important question is who won.
Well, I need to see the after pictures. I can look those up, but apparently eyewitnesses said he was trying to talk to Tiana Taylor, and for whatever reason, Tiana was ignoring him, which, again, this is all alleged, according to eyewitnesses. And this apparently pissed him off, and he started to yell at her, and this is when Usher intervened. And I thought the whole story was weird because Usher's not a woman. But now with this framing where Chris Brown was being antagonistic to a woman, and then Usher just happened to step in, it makes sense because that's definitely in Chris Brown behavior. What I wanted to discuss regarding this is actually why I'm actually a little confused as far as why Chris Brown still has, like, he still seems to have a career. I mean, like, look at what happened to Jonathan Majors just like after an accusation that seems to be credible in my opinion, but hasn't even gone to court yet. Has he been charged with anything yet? No, just accusations. And it feels like his career is now almost gone and he's blacklisted everywhere. But Chris Brown has somehow over the past decade still been able to maintain a career, still been able to collaborate with artists. People aren't blacklisting him. He's still able to put out stuff. Wasn't he with one of the what are they called, the Bailey sisters?
No.
Chloe Halle, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes,
but he's still able to collaborate with all these people, and it feels like
collaborate, right? Yeah. So I think
it just feels like it's on display for the world to see. So I don't understand what's insulating him from.
Can I tell you that, because the irony of the question, like it doesn't go above my head, because the irony is this is part of the reason. And this is on the other more problematic maladaptive end of the spectrum, or one of the other, more problematic, I guess, benefits that do come with people who are attractive or light skin or both. Part of the reason that people want to be with other good looking people or have kids who are good looking or whatever has to do with the way that the world perceives them, the things that they're allowed to do or potentially get away with. So I just think it's interesting when we're having conversations about why attractive people want to be with attractive people or have attractive kids. And Chris Brown is the dustiest and most pookiest example of what happens when you're good looking.
Can I clarify? What you're saying is this is like a type of pretty privilege?
It's a type of light pretty privilege, and I'm like, socioeconomics has a lot to do with it, of course, but I also think in the Black community, the bar being where it is, culturally speaking, aberrant behavior is accepted, oftentimes. So, like, I mean, there's a lot of things going on. But,
I mean, you can say, oh, there are
like Chris Brown can smoke crack. Like, I'm pretty sure that he went through a period, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but I'm sure he came out and talked about being on drugs, and he's still touring. Like, he was like a coke freak, still touring, still bagging groupies and women and all of this, and it has a lot to do with the fact that, crackhead or not, he's tall, good looking, and light.
I mean, you can say that. That's something that actually I would consider a legitimate critique, but we're comparing him to Jonathan Majors, for example, who was just voted sexiest man alive, and who's also very wealthy and affluent, apparently. Well, not apparently, he's wealthy and affluent. Maybe not anymore, but and regardless of how I feel about him being voted sexiest man alive, he apparently, some people out there, is it a vote? Is it just one person chooses it randomly? Or so apparently people generally find him attractive. Do you think the light skin privilege outweighs the fact? I would consider them otherwise equal in that regard. Does the light skin privilege just trump everything else, or?
No, because you have light skin people who are murked. Like we've seen it before, where like Black men think that they're going to have a biracial baby, and the whiteness is going to transcend. And then you look at and they're just
Allegedly.
an example would be Coco and Ice-T's daughter. Okay, that sounds horrible. I take it back.
Just a quick disclaimer. Themis and Thoth has inserted in allegedly and would like to iterate that this is not the view of the channel. Just as he has separated from me because of my hairstyle, he's now separating from our views. So it's fine. Continue, please.
I'm just saying that I think the differences in Jonathan Major, because that's what you're asking, right? Like, what's the difference between the I guess the consequences for Jonathan Majors, despite the fact that he was voted most sexy man alive, versus Chris Brown. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because you were saying, oh, he has a type of privilege as far as prettiness, but we're comparing him to someone who was voted sexiest alive. Did they just give him sexiest man alive out of pity? Was it all a lie? Is it like why does he not have the same insulation that a pretty person, that an affluent person would have? Is it solely due to light skin privilege that Chris Brown has?
That's a good question. I think that, so I have my own theory, and I think that the way that white people measure attractiveness when it comes to Black men, I think it's different than the way that Black women measure attractiveness when it comes to men. So I think I think there might be interplay between that, or a disconnect there. Because I know a lot of Black women who will say Jonathan Majors is just objectively not good looking. But I mean, I don't know. I think that I feel like white people, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe somebody can come up here and give us advice, because I really don't know. I think that Chris Brown has been given a lot of, people have been very charitable to Chris Brown. He's been abandoned almost his entire career, and he's been forgiven. He's been given a lot of grace. And most of it is coming from Black women. So, and I also think the fact that Jonathan Majors allegedly violated a white woman versus Chris Brown sort of perpetually violating white women, I think that's the difference. I think if Chris Brown, good looking or not, light skin or not, I think if he was to pass the threshold and just like go around DDTing Becky all day, I think that he would, his pretty privilege, the card would be revoked. His light skin privilege, that card would be revoked. I think the fact that Jordan Majors, the hubris in him and the narcissism in him, I think that he felt he could pass that threshold with impunity. And the white, original white Pookie and Ray Ray said, nah, you're going to jail. You're going to jail, son. We don't play that. You can do that to Keisha, but you're not going to do that to Becky. You're not about to play in our faces with Becky. You can do that in the trailer park. We don't really care, because they're kind of lower class. But when it comes to white women who are not the big burlies of the world, no, you're going to be made an example of, and you're going to know that your money is not going to insulate you. There's no impunity when you want to deal with when you want to deal with in the white world. Period. That's what I believe. That's the difference.
That's actually I don't know why that just completely went over my head earlier, but now that you said that, that's actually really interesting. The idea that when Kanye is like blowing up mentally online and people are like, he should have stayed with his Black woman because Kim Kardashian is going to leave him and do whatever, or the fact that Jonathan Majors is like, it looks like could be potentially allegedly facing some charges for putting his hands on a white woman, and people are like, oh, you should have, if you had a Black woman, this wouldn't have happened. This is why Black men should date Black women. Maybe that does say something about the fact that I guess Black women are considered silent victims, aren't really cared about in society, and ultimately it don't look like anybody gonna do anything to Chris Brown until his victims are white. So I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. Coco Not Chanel said, I don't think it's his skin color. We live in a Black male worshiping culture, and his career is the manifestation of that worship. I would say that about Jonathan Majors, just because of what I said regarding people when he did what he did, instead of pointing it out, like being like, oh, well, why didn't he get with a black woman, he should have got, like, almost coddling him, like one of the super chats said earlier. Exactly. Chris Brown hasn't violated a white woman yet. Allegedly, I don't know.
I think it's interesting, this sort of inverse or the incongruent I guess reactions in the Black community. When Black men violate Black women still provide a soft landing place for these violating bandits. And I think in the white community, it's a little bit different. I think that in order for them to sort of play the game and maintain a level of sort of prestigious image, I think when things become really public, I think white people kind of come down with the hammer, whereas and I don't see as many white women who will be like, oh, and this could just be me, but I didn't see a lot of white women. Harvey Weinstein was my mentor. Harvey Weinstein, he was the best. He's a creative genius. No, I think like Becky came out and put his predatory feet to the fire. And so, yeah, I think that there are differences, and the difference speaks to the mentality and the socialization and culture in which Black women are raised in versus white women. And you see that in the outcomes. You see it in the outcomes with what women are choosing. You see it in the outcomes of, who society allows to be victims. Or to experience any type of violation or trauma. Like you see it, white women, there's a space in society for them, not just in the white community, the entire world. White women have that space, they have that opportunity, they have that privilege to be victims, to lean into victimhood, to be protected and insulated, whereas Black women, it's like, no, it's just a Tuesday. It's just a Tuesday, Keisha. Go back to the hood, you'll be all right. Like, I think it's different. And I think socialization, culture, mentality, and the bar being in hell has a lot to do with it. A lot.
The only other thing I had regarding that topic had to do with, I guess, our ideas in society around canceling someone, if you believe cancel culture is a real thing. I was going to bring up DaBaby just because he has released what feels like his 6th or 7th apology video regarding him saying what he said about the LGTB community during his performance. And I was kind of wondering, number one, about the ethics of working with someone who has such an open and available heinous history, where our line is, I guess, as far as forgiving someone for their past behavior, what criteria we have. What criteria we have for forgiving someone, and whether or not someone should be canceled, which someone like Chris Brown, I think, has shown. My cancellation comes from like when someone shows a pattern, or even if someone doesn't show a pattern when they do something particularly heinous, like the Rihanna situation, for example. So in my mind, someone like Chris Brown is irredeemable. And if you believe in a cancel culture, someone like this should be canceled. Insofar as, okay, I won't support ticket sales to his concert or buy his, I don't think people still sell CDs. I won't stream his music. I won't collaborate with him if I'm someone affluent or something like that. But what about someone like DaBaby, who made a comment and now seems to be still canceled for it and blackballed? Do you think he's past forgiving?
What was the comment again? Like verbatim?
I don't think I can read it verbatim.
Okay, well, just a summation. Summarize it for me then, maybe. I will say that I think that DaBaby is, like, first of all, to have like your name being DaBaby, I already know what type of mentality that you have. So you should already be canceled. I mean, like, if that's how you choose to operate, like, I wish that cancel culture had like a semblance of an impact that it purports to have. The reality is cancel culture is not really real. What is real is the standards that communities adhere to and uphold, and those things can kind of mitigate really degenerate behavior. And I don't think in the Black community our culture is there yet. I think we kind of just take on degeneracy like we're getting presents at Christmas. So I don't know what he said. I'd have to know what he said.
Some homophobic comments regarding STDs that are associated with the LGBT community. Among some other things he said about women's hygiene and smelling like water and stuff like that. But I won't comment on that further because DaBaby also, I'm pretty sure, puts his hands on women and men alike. Disclaimer. Allegedly. So that's that on that.
Listen, like, he's garbage. Okay, go away, baby. Go away, DaBaby. Go away. Go take a walk. Go in. Like, these are like garbage males. That, like, really and truly, I don't like. And again, the reason that they're able to, like, have any type of notoriety, like, they can come out and say whatever they want, do whatever they want, but the, like, white people, the white community, like that culture, you know, they might shut them out, but Black people are gonna be like, come on, you can still come, you're invited to the cookout. It's like, we have to have standards, because they go into the world and it's just the banditry makes us look bad. It just makes the community look bad. It makes them look bad. It makes the culture look bad. It's like, if we don't have standards, they can kind of do whatever they want to do. And Black women are going to, you know, they're going to provide insulation insofar as having a soft place for them to land when they get canceled by the white community. It's like, there's no such thing as cancel culture, but specifically in the Black community, a lot of charity and grace is given to the most aberrant degeneracy. Seriously.
I don't disagree. With that being said, it sounds like we're on one accord. The panel, it does look like the panel is open for anyone to come up if they had comments on anything that we've said so far. We do have an advice segment today. Apparently, people would like advice from Annalicia and I. Because they feel like I'm qualified to give it. And I do have a degree from the same place that Dr. Dre got whatever doctorates he has. So yeah, I'm probably qualified. Sure, people can come up and ask for advice.
So guys, this channel is, or this podcast, it was given the name I Don't Give Advice, but because, I mean, let's be honest, nobody wants unsolicited advice, right? Nobody wants to be told what to do. Nobody wants to be, but if somebody comes to us and they say, hey, I don't give advice, but this is something that I would do, or this is what I think about the situation, I think that there's a lot of value in that. So we decided that we're gonna have an email for people to email us if they have questions, if they have, inquiries, or if they just need commentary on something. We're trying to build a community that's very interpersonal. We want to build a community that we can learn something from, and people could also learn something from. We don't give advice, but if you need it, this is what we think. And if you're going to ask, this is what I would do. This is what Petty would do. This is what Themis would do. This is what Kay would do. So I got an email from someone, and
wait, before you do that, let me put that email where they can reach us and ask for advice on screen right now. Oops, that is not the email. That is the Venmo. How did that get up there? Oh my goodness. Well, let me just take that. Oopsie, I can't believe it. I can't believe I accidentally put this thing on screen. Wow, I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed. Let me just remove it right now as it just flies by one more time for everyone to see. Wow, I can't believe, whoa. That is so crazy how that happened. We don't have an email yet, but you guys can message Themis at his regular email. And it'll
you guys can also reach out, like, via Instagram, send a DM. And a lot of people want to remain not anonymous. Like the person who emailed me, she wants to remain anonymous. I would want to remain anonymous as well, and that's not an issue. But yeah, we just want to build, we want to cultivate and foster a community here. No judgment. We all have our opinions, so we'll give advice. But yeah, that's ultimately what we're trying to do. So with that in mind, this is a really juicy and difficult one, because before we go live, the hosts oftentimes will kind of go over things, and we're going to talk about things. And Petty and I, we had to talk about the email, and Petty and I were like this. We did not agree. We did not agree on the principle of it. We did not agree, I don't think, morally or ethically.
Wait, before we get into that specific advice, we did have some people in the back who might have wanted to comment on the show prior. Apple, did you have something that you wanted to add? I'm going to give you a minute.
Yeah,
Hi, Apple.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Prince Petty. Hi, Annalisa.
Hello.
Hello, Apple.
I just wanted to say, like back in the day, she's right. Wesley Snipes could do no wrong. He was
Mm.
it. He was every single thing. Okay, he had it over Denzel. It was just nothing but him, and he was all encompassing. He was the world. I know because I was in love with him along with my mother. It was strange. Um,
Thank you, Apple. People think that I'm like bugging.
no,
Thank
you're not.
you.
You're not. He was. He was.
What did you say his name was? Which one?
No,
Wesley
don't say, don't
Snipes.
say. No. He's gonna. You see what he's gonna do?
Okay,
You see, Teddy is a walking,
but-
talking
No,
troll.
no. I want her to continue. You were
no,
saying
but
he
this
was.
is what I also need you to understand. Along with his looks, but you need to go back. We're not talking about now. We need to go back when he did Jungle Fever and in those times, right? When he did New Jack City. It was also how he carried himself and the sound of his voice. And I've realized
Yes.
that about a lot of black men. Along with the look, we fall in love with the sound and the richness of the voice. So the richness of the voice, with the richness of the skin and the complexion, with the automatic acceptance of black features, because we don't hold as women so much the Eurocentric standard for black men, that's what does it. Even if you look
Thank you,
now,
Apple.
you're welcome. If you look at something now, well, the picture's off now, but it's called Lucifer, and I think the guy is named TB Woodside. He may not be like if you just say, I'm just going to go on physical features, the most gorgeous guy, but the richness of the voice with the richness of the skin, it it likes it winds you up in a different type of way. Now, maybe it's not the same for you, and that's cool, but I'm just saying, back in that time, it is what it is, and it was what it was.
No, I had the pictures up on the screen. I don't know if you saw them, but I can see what
It's
you're
enough.
saying.
That's the old ones. That's not.
Yeah, no, I'm saying those. I can see
No,
what you're
he hit
saying.
the no. Listen, he hit the wall. That's not a good measuring stick. Wesley Snipes hit the wall. Okay, he's not chocolate anymore. He hit the wall. Okay, he ran into that wall like a linebacker. So we're not going to like compare Wesley now to New Jack City Wesley. And
Right.
again, it's not just looks, features. It's swag. It's confidence. It's how you carry yourself. It's your style. I've seen good looking men. I look at them from head to toe. I get down to their shoes and they're wearing Shacks. And I have to keep it moving. They have Shacks on their feet. No disrespect to Shaq, but listen, everything matters. Okay, it's all
And the cadence
encompassing.
of his voice, yeah, all of that kind of twines you up. But I
Okay,
mean,
y'all are putting. Actually, let's talk about it. Y'all are putting the cape on today. What's going on?
no,
We're
trying to put on
talking
the
about
cape.
looks. We're talking about. I am talking about looks. If I get into Wesley
I'm talking
Snipes
about looks too. I thought we were all talking about the
typology,
same thing.
listen, if I talk about Wesley Snipes' mentality, he absolutely, in terms of his mentality, he looks like I would say who's a really hideous person.
Walter.
So his mentality is ugly. It's deplorable. It's debaucherous. It's disgusting. But I'm speaking strictly about his looks. And back in the day, he can go on. He can get it. He had the look. He had the style. He had the walk. He had the diddy bop. He did his thing. But again, it's an all-encompassing. Like you have to have everything in order for like me to complete for you. Otherwise, again, if I look, you have the haircut, you look good, okay, your style, your swag, ooh, you're doing your thing, and then I get down to your feet and you're wearing a fat farm, then it's a wrap. Like, what do you mean you're wearing fat farms? Like, go take a walk. So again, there's a lot of different moving pieces. Women, we think about a lot of things. But Apple, I love you. Thank you so much. Because people think I'm crazy.
No problem. I get it 100%. I mean, I see he's clowning us now, so I mean, but that's not how, and another thing was, I would say for me back in the 80s and the 90s, because I go back that
Wait, no, you said another thing and you about to put the cape, but I feel like y'all are actually.
No, I'm not putting the cape on. We didn't know that much about celebrities. We just knew what we saw on the screen. So we didn't know about the negativity, and he's clowning us again. So okay,
I'll take this.
I'm out. I'll let you handle it from this point on.
I love you, Apple. Thank you so much for coming
No
up.
problem. No
I
problem.
really appreciate your contribution. Wesley Snipes is sexy. Period. Trademark.
He was. That's the end of it. He used to be, okay?
Yes.
He hit the black wall. He hit the wall, and it's over for him. But once upon a time, okay? Once upon a time, But I will say also, people are talking about black male worship. Listen, you can subjectively, because it's subjective, right? You can subjectively acknowledge whether or not someone's really good looking or whether or not they're murked.
No. Finding black men attractive, I don't think is black male worship. Finding Wesley Snipes attractive, we need to talk about it. But thank you, Apple. Rochelle.
Hello.
Hi, Rochelle. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to talk about the Brat and that situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally feel she should be able, her and her wife should be able to choose whatever donor they'd like. Because IVF and all that is very expensive. And if you're spending a couple grand, at the very least, you should be able to choose. Like, what okay, this may sound really superficial, but like at the very least, you should be able to choose what you want your kid to look like.
Listen, Rochelle, I think it's so weird, and it's only the really hideous people. Like, and listen, I can understand if you're unattractive but you have a really good personality, because we all have to compensate in some ways, right? But then it's like you have unattractive people who are just emotional terrorists. Like, some unattractive people just make it really bad for other unattractive people, and I don't think that people should be vilified for having a standard and wanting to be with people who are attractive. Like, we have our standards, we have our preferences. Like, listen, we live in a day and age now where put a filter on your pictures, okay? Put the filter on, okay? Change the lighting and the colors. Get the plastic surgery. Like, listen, men have options out here, right? You get the kneecap surgery, you get the shin surgery, and grow like 5 inches. You'll be okay.
Right, and I feel like that's the thing, because I mean, whether people want to admit it or not, we are in a very aesthetic society. You know what I mean? An aesthetic world, and unfortunately, most people, like whether you're average or attractive or I don't know, not so attractive. I mean, everyone goes off of looks, and I feel like many people who, as weird as it may sound, who like think about their future offspring, they do tend to pick their like partners to some extent, not a lot, but to some extent due to like whether they're attractive or whether they find them aesthetically pleasing, because people would, I guess, want nice looking kids.
And I just want to add to that, because some of this does have to do with evolution, because a long time ago, women and men weren't necessarily looking for the best, the best face, right? They weren't really focused on looks. They were more focused on utility and functionality. So
Right.
I think that as society has sort of I think as we have evolved and we've leaned into technology, we've leaned into different forms of, I guess, of just being the most optimal society that we could be. You don't have to be the strongest man anymore, right? Like, you don't have to be, you don't have to employ brute strength in order to have like a concubine. You can be, you can be a little bit nerdy, but now we're looking at your face more. So we're less pectorals, right? Like, evolutionarily, less pectorals. And like, what do I have to put a bag over your face while we're doing the do? Or can you not? Like, can we go outside and do our thing? At the end of the day, the evolution states that looks matter. And I have actually seen research that taller, more attractive people have better genes. It is what it is. Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? Survival of the fittest. I don't make the rules, okay? Sorry.
And that's the thing. Like, I feel like everyone has preferences, and like I heard somewhere that, like, scientifically speaking, according to, I think there was like this study where they like studied like babies like a few months old, right? And they found that like babies like actually tended to like
Attractive.
yeah, like attract like rounder faces and like big eyes, and like they tended to like very, I don't know, like, I guess, yeah, attractive people. And it was interesting because it's like at 6 months old, you're not really socialized to do anything, but like they found that early on, like his babies like certain aesthetic things.
Right. Certain features and aesthetics make you look more welcoming and make you look more and palatable, and others make you look like Freddy Krueger. So at the end of the day, if a baby knows, don't get mad if the rest of the world knows, and we have agency and we have autonomy and we want to choose what we want and we like what we like, and it is what it is. We don't make the rules. So like, it is what it is.
Right. But okay, one more thing before I go. I know you were saying talking about your like life advice thing, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Would I be able to like ask a very like quick life advice question? Like quickly?
Listen, we don't give advice, but if you're asking, we will do the best that we can. Of course you can.
Okay. So I am young, right? But I want to start a YouTube channel, and I want it to like pertain to like me giving life advice, like to generally speaking. And I feel like because I'm young and I don't have like much life experience, like that would get in the way of me being able to do it. But I really want to do it, but I don't know, because I've been told like by people here and there that I'm good at giving advice, right? But like I feel like because I'm young, it's like, what can I really advise people about? So
I think what matters is that what you're giving advice on, you're well researched in and you're well versed in the topic. I don't necessarily think your age matters, although I do think being older and having more life experience can add different perspectives that a younger person wouldn't get. So maybe I would consult older people who may have relevant experience to whatever you're giving advice about. Like that would be.
I would say this. I'm one of those people who I side eye really young people who try to like solicit or give advice. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? And I love young people to death, okay? I want to vicariously live through them, but I side eye them if they try to tell me how to parent, or tell me what my life path should be, and what master's program I should take. That's the truth. But I will say that despite all of that, it's kind of a catch-22 if you're looking to give people life advice. I will say the benefits of being really young is that you're young and you have time, right? You're young, you can get online, you can create a presence, you can create a channel, you can, kind of put yourself out there, and you don't have to start with advice. But as time goes on and you become more familiar with the platform, I think that you could start giving advice for people who are also looking to create channels, who are also looking to get in this space, because as time goes by, you're going to become more well-versed in that arena. So that will be something that you are familiar with. And I would, depending on how far you get, you might be, you might have specific and special knowledge in that area. So I would also encourage you to seek out a specific demographic. So if I'm a 15-year-old and I want to give advice, I want to look for other 15-year-olds. So age matters. I'm sorry. I'm about to hit the wall my damn self, according to all these bandits. So somebody said age matters. I don't think it's the same as when you get older, but I think when you're really young, your life experiences are really young. You have a lot of life to live. You have a lot of, heartbreak. Like there's so much that you have to go through. So I think that build a following. I think that you should do it. I think it's a good idea. You have time. You have the time, and time is the best. So start.
I would ask, give advice on what and to who.
Yeah.
Well.
She said life advice, right? So if you're going to give life advice to a 15-year-old, I love it. If you like it, I love it. But if you're going to give life advice to a 30-year-old, take a walk. That's what a 30-year-old's going to say. She's going to say, "You're 15, what? Take a walk." So.
Well, okay. So I may I'm probably making myself sound like younger than I am, but I'm 23.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah, I'm not like 15 or anything.
you're 15. Okay. I feel better. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I probably, yeah, I should have, yeah, I'm an adult. I'm of legal age. But yeah, but I mean, that's still young generally, but
Well, do you have anything that you specialize in? Like, is there any particular area that you
mm,
have sort of like exemplary knowledge in?
knowledge in,
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. See, so that's the hard thing because like with the pandemic and everything, I've been like inside and whatnot and, trying to just make it through this thing. So in general, like life experience for me is like kind of limited. But I like
Rochelle, I don't give advice, but the pandemic was like 4 years ago. We
Um,
can't
I
have a
do,
pandemic anymore.
I do
love
also.
you. I love you, but Rochelle, let's not talk about that. Okay. I will say you should have been out there living by now.
yeah. I'm living and like learning and stuff, but yeah. That's where I'm conflicted because like I feel like I have like stuff to like offer, but I also like
Wait,
you're
wait,
right.
wait, wait. Pause. I
Yeah.
apologize to interrupt, but I feel like it's becoming a therapy session. I'm not licensed.
Yeah, that was all
Um,
okay. Just okay.
but I
So
would like I did want to conclude, not to be rude, but just to be conscious of our other callers' times. And
no,
so,
yes, of course. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Wait, Rochelle,
just
I
yes.
will say connect with us on the back end. So again, we're gonna have an email. Until then, you
Okay.
can reach out to us like via Instagram. I would imagine that if this is a space you want to get into, you have some form of social media. So you can like follow us on Instagram and I don't know if Petty has Facebook. I'm too old for Facebook. I'm too old for TikTok. But Petty, K, like we all have Instagram. So connect with us on the back end and we don't really give advice. We're not those kind of people, but you're asking, so connect with us.
Wait, could you like give me like the link or anything or the email address in the chat?
I thought I put the Venmo up earlier. Y'all can message us through there. $1 each message. Y'all gonna
I'm sorry, when it gets really late, the bandit comes out and Petty, you have to forgive him. So there is no official email as of yet. Somebody just emailed it's actually my private email. Should I? So I would say in the interim, and I'm so sorry, in the interim, I guess you wouldn't. Do you want to remain anonymous? Is that it?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I guess not.
Okay, listen. Then if you're 10 toes down, then just reach out to us on Instagram.
Okay.
We'll be there.
So we'll create an email and then we'll maybe put it on a community post so people know where to find us. Or
Okay, that'd be
Instagrams probably.
that'd be perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome, Rochelle. We love you. Thank you.
Bye.
True teller, Wagwan.
Oh, I think.
Oh, hey! I didn't know I was next.
You are
hey,
now.
Anna. Hey, Petty.
True teller, I've heard things about you.
Oh, what you hear about me?
They said when you come up, the panel get exciting. So.
Oh, okay. I never know.
How are you? And
That's
what
nice.
Did you want to speak on today?
I've been gone for a minute. Now I'm back with a jump off. Little Kim. Now I'm back.
I've only heard good things, by the way.
Pardon?
I've only heard good things, but which part did you have?
Well,
smoke
the one
for
that
today?
I'm here to talk about is actually the last caller touched on it a little bit regarding having kids, like choosing someone. Sorry, the Brat and her wife. I think Black men just need to sit down, just like what Annalicia said, because like they have no room to speak because they are overrepresented as it pertains to like the biracial demographic of like, yeah, it's like mostly them. And, you know, as you guys were all speaking about, it's very expensive to do IVF. Like, I think the previous caller said a couple $1,000s. Try up to $30,000. Like, it's a lot of money. Like, it's a lot, and that's for like one cycle, apparently. And so they have to be very discerning when they are participating in that. It's not a cakewalk. It's not something that they do idly or flippantly or whatever. Like, there's a lot of thought that goes into it. And I feel them on the looks at parts of it, because as Annalicia was saying, I agree with her 100%, because even as myself, and I don't know, because I'm about to hit the wall myself too, girl. I don't know whether or not that's in the plans for God, whether or not I'm going to be able to bear children, but that's something that I've had to be considering. And for me, if I were to not have kids, let's say if I, you know, decided that I don't want to have kids at all, then for me, I would actually be more open to dating someone who's not as attractive, because, you know, it's based on their personality and who they are and whether or not we're compatible and all this stuff. And they have all these things together. But for my kids, because I have perceived the difference that people are afforded based on their level of attractiveness, particularly for women as well. Because it's like, if I could know I'm only going to have guys, because the thing is that, like, women, we do like attractive men, but more often than not, a woman would be more willing to sacrifice on the looks department if his character is up to standard. You know what I mean? And he's got his life together and he's got everything together. I've seen so many good-looking women with men that don't look good.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Truth Teller. What do you think is more prevalent? Really good-looking men? I'm going to say black men, or black men with really good character.
In the black community, which is more prevalent in terms of what I observe? That's a good question. Probably ones that look a little better than ones that have the good character, I have to say, sadly. Because Lord of mercy. Yeah.
Regarding, because I actually did want to, it sounds like you're echoing what the last caller said regarding picking a child.
Yeah.
When you guys point out the benefits that attractive people get in society, I'm trying specifically to steer away from genetics, because she pointed out that she already narrowed down people who were genetically compatible with her. When it comes to, I want to have a child who looks the best they can so they can have the best outcome in society. How far are you willing to take this ideology? Can people say, I want to have biracial children because Black people are treated worse in society? And I know that if I have children with a white woman or a white man, that my child will, statistically speaking, right, probably be treated better, discriminated against less, have more career opportunities just off of the basis of having lighter skin tone. Is this something that you're also willing to defend as far as someone choosing who to have children with? Because y'all, it feels like that's an argument y'all would make based on the line of reasoning as far as attractiveness giving you benefits in society.
But why do you keep on trying to? It's a false dichotomy. I don't know why you keep doing that. You keep doing that.
But actually, what would be wrong with that line of reasoning as far as white people do have better outcomes, people who have lighter skin tones do have better outcomes as far as their treatment in society? Why would it be wrong for someone?
So their outcomes might be better, but their interpersonal issues, emotional and psychological issues that come from that biracial pathology is going to make navigating life difficult. It just will. And part of it is because Black men are exclusively, specifically choosing these white women. They're choosing these white women for the skin color and for the whiteness.
To clarify, you believe biracial people will not have a benefit compared to Black?
Did you hear me say emotionally and psychologically? Like, it's one thing to live in a world among people, it's another to be able to live with yourself.
So you think they'll have it worse as far as
I'm talking about emotional and psychological outcomes.
Wellness,
versus right.
But
they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, so I hear both of you though. Because I think I get where Petty is kind of coming from, but let me try and like sort of flesh it out. I get what you're saying, but I'm with Annalicia in that what I've observed, and I also have biracial friends, so I know it anecdotally, and what I perceive And based on statistics, especially, I mean, Cynthia has it on our channel all the time. These biracial people are confused. Like all the time they're online complaining, feeling that they don't fit in. They don't know which side of the coin they need to be on. They're neither, they're both. Like it's a whole thing. So, and because we're thinking of it for the sake of our children as parents to like sire like people and bring them into the world, if they are to be, I don't think that it would be wise to, especially not for the Black man, because it's the woman that imparts the knowledge onto the children. And what I've observed is that as a lot of biracial kids where their mother is white, they tend to not really know themselves in the same way that they do if their mothers are Black. And it's because white women have grown up and they've been afforded the benefit of being sort of like naive to the world because they don't face the same sort of pressures and discrimination that Black women have always had to contend with throughout our lived experience. So for us, we make it a priority to instill within our children, whether they're biracial or fully Black, a sense of self and a sense of confidence. And you know, and what I've observed, and it appears as well from the testimonies of the biracial children themselves, particularly those who are sired by Black men, that they feel lost. They don't know who they are, you know what I mean? And they don't feel accepted on really either side because they feel like their fathers are self-hating Black men who are with a kind of a racist white woman or whatever. So it's a more of a complex thing. And so that's why I know when I say about the attractiveness, I mean like particularly for women though, and I was specific with that for myself, because I feel like a man, even if he's not the best looking, there are things that he can work on himself in society, because women, that's not one of our first priorities when finding a good partner in terms of a man. Women, it's like the number one thing. Like, they will be with a dumbass woman.
I want to.
She's
I apologize for interrupting, but I would like to bring the conversation back to my question because I'm confused and I can't follow where we are now. Okay. My question has to do with biracial people having a benefit in society.
Yes, yes.
Let me finish my sentence. Biracial people having a benefit in society as far as how they're treated, how they're discriminated against, etc. Not that biracial people have zero issues in society at all, but just that they're treated better in the same way that you described attractive people compared to ugly people. For someone to choose a child, choose who they have a child with based on this so that their child can have benefits in society, I don't see how that's different from selecting someone who's attractive so that they could have benefits, but one is based on physical. Well, they're both based on physical appearance, I guess.
Right, but so I would say that first of all, there are the differences would be that you're selecting someone for the sole purpose of skin color. We're not talking about characteristics. We're not talking about intellectual potentiality or capacity. We're not even talking about generational wealth. Like some of these, like some bandits are just going straight to the trailer park and like and doing what they need to do. There are levels to this, and there's always going to be a difference. Like I said, in general, good-looking people, taller people, attractive people have better outcomes in life. Biracial people are going to have. Biracial people are going to have. Hold on, Betty. I'm answering your question. Biracial people are going to have, in terms of the way that they are socialized, in terms of the culture that they are ingratiated, they are going to have a better experience than that of a Black man or Black women. Yes, that is objectively true, and that goes to the colorism argument and the white supremacy lens with which Black men are using when they're selecting Becky from the park. So yes, I agree. But that's not what Brat did. They didn't say, "Oh, he's just good looking." No, the sperm was more viable. I'm sure that the donor was more viable.
No, I thought they eliminated all factors besides physical appearance.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't make an entire post saying we looked at risk factors, we looked at genetics, as far as we looked at compatibility.
Right, but it didn't come. It didn't just come down to looks. I don't think it just came down to looks. I think if they had only one one sperm from a white man who was Quasimodo, and then one from a Black man who was, I mean, according to some of you guys in the chat, what's his name, Wesley Snipes. Then it would be apples to apples. Then it's comparable, and then I would say, okay, then yeah, it's a different conversation. It's a different argument. that wasn't the case. It was like we had one black man with a viable sperm, and he happened to be unattractive, and I'm not spending all this money for that.
I'm still lost. What is the issue with someone choosing to have a child with a white person for the sake of their child getting benefits because of their physical appearance in society?
But look, someone
obviously, let me pause and say that doesn't have to be the only thing they select.
One second, truth teller. It is rooted in a maladaptive. It's rooted in white supremacy. That's the difference.
Yeah.
The difference is one is rooted in the way that you see yourself. Again, you can have black people who have phenotypically black features and they're gorgeous. You can have black people who have phenotypically black features and they're murked. Like, listen, you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
This feels
not the same
that
thing.
feels disingenuous on your part.
Obviously,
there are pretty
Those
black
are your
people
feelings,
that we know in
but
society.
if I can add to it, but you're presuming though, because we are saying looks, and looks is a different conversation. Because what I believe, and I think Cynthia pointed it out partially, and I perceive it as well. Because even though, in as far as we still live in a white supremacist culture, wherein a proximity to whiteness is regarded more generally as being more beautiful, whether it's true or not. But what I've observed is that if you are an objectively meaning, like, if you have features that by any standard, regardless of what race you're from or whatever, whether it be Asian, black, white, Indian, whatever you name it, if you're a beautiful person, you get treated better, period, regardless of your race. So you're presuming that having the white skin, and that's where the supremacy comes in. Being pale,
I'm not assuming that. That does seem true.
Does not they're ugly ass white people. Be very clear.
That is your presupposition.
I agree, but it does seem. Does it not? Isn't
that's the difference?
Hold on. One second. Forget what it feels like, because it sounds like we're dealing with. This is how it feels, and this is how it seems. We're dealing in reality. We're dealing with facts.
Because it feels like y'all are making anecdotes.
I'm not making. I'm saying objectively speaking.
As opposed to looking at a reality that white people generally tend to have it easier in society. Yes, no. White people are considered society. Yes, no.
No one's disputing that, but that is not the only measure. Whiteness, that's not the only measure that's going to get a person over the hump.
Yeah,
there are a lot of variables. There are a lot of variables that get a person from point A to point B. So the idea that you're saying, listen, I don't think
what are the other variables?
What do you mean? Socioeconomic status, intelligent potentiality, and capacity.
I thought they selected for all of that when picking their donor, and they were down to just attractiveness based on the pool of people they had.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that. Like,
we're not talking about, I'm going to find the first white person I can see and date them. We've already selected for all of those.
But no. Your example is black men selecting the first Becky that they can dump their sperm into. No, stop. And you're comparing it to
that is not my
going through catalog. No, that is what you did. Rewind the tape. That's what you did. Listen. No, I don't care. That's what you did. This is the problem. Okay. If you're going to choose between a good-looking person, a good-looking white person, a good-looking person, and an ugly person, who are you going to choose?
Yeah.
Who am I going to choose personally? Who is society going to choose? Who is an employer going to choose? I personally believe an employer would choose even a mediocre white person over a beautiful black person in society.
Really?
Yes, I do believe white people have a sort of privilege as far as looks from being white. Even when I don't consider them attractive, I think society does over black people. I think there's a higher.
Hold on. That's white supremacy at play, and that's why black men are with the worst looking white women.
Yeah, but here's the difference though. Penny. Like, you are and that's one of the things that I observed is, like, black men, when they choose to do, it's clear that you all believe that first of all, that's very clear that black men, more so than black women, have bought in hook, line, and sinker into the supremacy of white beauty. You understand what I'm saying? Because
the same with attractiveness generally, or no?
Well, yeah, because attractiveness is a thing. Because beauty is something that is observable. It's subject. There's a part of it that's subjective, but there's also a part of it that's objective. In that, regardless, like I found for myself, and actually, when they do the studies and the tests or what have you, where when people have certain like identifiers, whether it be like the girl was talking about the babies with larger eyes and like certain features in their face, people tend to identify that with being attractive, regardless of what skin color it comes on, or what have you. And so there is like a general acceptance within society of like whether male or female that people perceive to be attractive, and that'll always be. That was before racism,
and
it'll be
I
after.
think we're
And
missing.
hold on, Petty. Let me just say, and it
No,
has
no,
less to
it's
do.
not.
It has the objective component has less to do with your skin color, and it has more to do with symmetry. Babies
Yes.
feel safer when
wait,
things are
let me pause.
symmetrical.
I think we're missing each other. I agree with
Okay.
you. I think people in society treat pretty people better than ugly people, obviously.
Right.
I personally feel like this is like not okay. I feel like you should treat people equally. I feel like you shouldn't have like a hiring preference, for example, for pretty people compared to ugly people if they're otherwise qualified for a job.
Yep,
it sounds like what y'all want to do is play into the type of shallow society we live in that values those looks. When I'm saying, okay, what about people who want to play into this white supremacy? Y'all have an objection to it.
And
they feel like similar scenarios.
And what I'm going to say to that is, if a person prefers an attractive person to an unattractive person, I don't think that should be I don't think that it's a problem. I don't think that it should be a problem. I'm sorry. I don't think that is a problem. A person hiring you because of your race, I don't even necessarily think that it's the same thing. That's an immutable quality. You can't change your race. You can augment your looks. You can augment your face. You can augment your body. There are changes that you can literally make to elevate your degrees of attractiveness in this society. Listen, only one man did it, and that was Michael Jackson, and he had vitiligo according to his camp. So again, I don't think that they are parallel. It's not the same.
Yeah.
And you trying to like superimpose these two things and draw parallels where parallels simply don't exist.
It feels like you just keep saying they're not the same, they're not the same, they're not the same. I still am confused. I have not heard an explanation yet besides they're not the same. They're just not. They're not the same.
Well, no, she gave an explanation, which is that one is rooted in white supremacy.
The explanation was poor. I request a new one, please.
Poor according to you.
Yes, it was poor. That's what I said.
But I think that it's valid because it's like, because as she said, like race is not immutable. And also too, you're assuming that this is the other point I wanted to make. Biracial people get treated better, yes, but more so in a Black society because Black people elevate them more so. They in fact get treated about maybe marginally better than that of like Black people, and particularly the difference will be greater if the person is darker skinned versus someone who's biracial, and that's partly because white people identify that there's a part of them in the mixed person in terms of the color of their skin. But beauty also plays a role with that as well, is what we're saying. So beauty, it's not separate, like it's on top of them being also white. So them just being like mixed with white is not enough on its own in order to consistently have them benefit then compared with if they were attractive and also biracial, then you have an argument. And that's why it's a separate category.
I mean, attractiveness and race both
they're biracial and then therefore automatically better. If they're biracial and ugly, they're probably not going to be treated very well either. Compared
to Black and ugly, or just
compared to Black and ugly, compared to white and ugly.
Oh no. Okay,
like
listen. Shout out to Canada and shout out to the Caribbean truth teller. I love you. I disagree. I have seen Black men bring around like real mongrels. You know what I'm saying? Like really. Like it,
I said, yes, but I said in a Black
for them, but for them and for that biracial person, their proximity to whiteness, they made the cut at the end of the day. And this is what I want to say, because I actually really do want to get to the email, because Petty, you and I need to do some intellectual sparring because I'm still triggered. So I do want to get to the email. Like we're gonna close the panel until we like just for a short period. We're gonna close it while we go through the email. But I will say that I don't think it's anyone's position on the panel that the more light you are in society, in a patriarchal and white supremacist sort of engineered society, the more white you are, the more right you are. No one's disputing that. Okay. what I am saying is that all things equal, if the only difference between the sperm donors is their attractiveness to the applicants, to the people who are choosing the donor, if the only difference is one is attractive to them and one is not attractive to them, I don't think that I don't think that necessarily it denotes any type of racial prejudice or discrimination or deeply rooted self-hating pathology. You have good-looking Black people, you have murk Black people, you have good-looking white people, you have murk white people. That's the world that we live in, and that's the way that it is. I think if we lived in a world where Black people were like never seen as beautiful or good looking, the way that it was before, like once upon a time, post colonialism or pre-colonialism, then I think maybe the conversation, the argument would be different. But I think that you can observe and acknowledge Black people who are good looking, and you can acknowledge Black people who are murked. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It could be. I'm sure that there's a possibility it could be, but I don't think that it's likely. I think it's likely that nobody wants ugly. Ugly is just ugly. Okay. It's not, I don't think that anybody should be it's not an indictment. I'm sorry.
Look, all I'm saying is if we have 3 sperm donors, one's Black, white, and one's biracial, and they're all ugly, who am I to tell someone they shouldn't pick the white one because having a half white child will probably give them a benefit in society?
But is that the example? Was the white donor also unattractive?
We have specified this down to race. I don't know why y'all keep going back to, were they attractive? Were they educated? What about the other factors? I feel like we specified it down to race at the beginning of the conversation.
No, you specified it down to race.
Yes, I did.
You did.
Not
but
me.
I just want to know, were all things equal? And
all things were equal
genetically
besides their
speaking.
skin color. All things are equal besides their skin color.
So they were both ugly sperm donors.
No. For me, it would be a no. If you want my answer, for me, it would be a no. I wouldn't just choose someone because they're white. I would not. If they're white,
no, neither would I. But I'm saying we're talking. Listen, the point of reference is Brat and the choices that her and her wife made. I'm asking, were both sperm donors equally ugly or ugly? In the same? Were they hanging out in the same ugly pool? Were they both? Was it apples to apples? Was the white donor ugly and the Black donor was ugly? Maybe there's something that I missed.
I'm gonna use my lifeline. Chloe, tag in. What say you?
Okay, I don't know. I get really lost when it just comes to, I don't know, just like I want my baby to look like this or look like that. I just hate calling people ugly. Y'all crack me up when y'all say it, but I just so it's hard for me to, I guess, to really.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be. I'm sorry. I'm verbally. I have verbal. I have what's it called? I have Tourette's sometimes. I'm just gonna say unattractive. Was the white sperm donor unattractive and the Black sperm donor was unattractive?
We moved into a hypothetical where I said
no. But the point of reference remains, and because the conclusion of the hypothetical is based on the point of reference being
we stepped away.
We
specifically stepped away from the point of reference. We specifically stepped away from the point of reference.
We stepped away from it because you tried to impose. Hold on, Teddy. We stepped away from it because you tried to superimpose a false dichotomy. And I'm asking you, the point of reference remains. Were they both unattractive? I'm not going to say ugly.
Yes.
White and Black.
Yes.
Damn.
You weren't.
There are 2 donors who all things considered are equal aside from their skin color. Do you think it's wrong for someone to say, I'm going to choose a white donor so that my child can have better outcomes in society because statistically biracial or white people tend to have better outcomes?
Is it?
That is the question. I feel like I said at the beginning, in the middle, and now at the end.
Do we have data that expressly backs that up for white people?
That white people and biracial people do better than Black people in society? I don't have
biracial
it on me,
people
but if y'all
specifically.
want to do a separate stream, I promise y'all I'll get it for y'all.
Yeah, biracial people.
Actually, I've already did a stream on that on my channel regarding Zendaya and
feel like
Keke
we
Palmer and
assume
just
that.
treatment of. I
Anyways,
actually
my
have done a
answer is
video
yes.
on that with research.
My answer to the question is yes. Is it wrong? My answer is yes. Like I don't like I'm not going to change my position. My position is yes. I don't care what you say. So it is what it is.
But I would like the data on that though, like on biracial people specifically in terms of their outcome in America.
We can truth teller. We already know the more white, the more right. Like I'm not going to dispute that. But
So
in the black community,
to clarify, you would like me to provide data for you. I want to make sure I understand you clearly.
For me,
for example, I made a video on Zendaya, Keke Palmer, just black and this was about Hollywood specifically, but also about employment.
That's true. Zendaya and Keke Palmer.
This was about them specifically, but also referencing data around how lighter skinned people are treated in society.
Do you have that on your channel?
Yes, it's on my channel regarding how they're treated in the employment system broadly.
Certainly, when it comes to Hollywood, yes.
To the point where biracial people, when it comes to black acting roles, that would call for an ambiguously black person, or jobs that are looking for diversity hires, choosing to hire light-skinned or biracial people as opposed to dark-skinned black people. You would need me to provide data for you to believe this is true. That there is a preference for biracial people in society.
Here's the thing, though. For me, yes, I would because I don't know that it's blanketly true through and through. I don't know that it's blanketly true through and through, because there are biracial people, a lot of them that do struggle in their biracialness.
Yes.
Particularly when they're in a predominantly white, particularly when they're in a white community, a predominantly white community. In the black community, they do better, from what I have observed, because we put them on a pedestal in the black community because of colorism. But as it pertains to the way that the biracial experience is in a predominantly white community, yeah.
So on the screen, I actually have
I mean, listen, I'm open to learning more about that aspect, but from the stories from their own mouths or what have you, is that a lot of them tend to struggle a lot in the predominantly white community, hence why they try to come and X up themselves in the black community, because they get treated better there. Particularly biracial women mixed with black tend to come over to the black community because they know they'll be celebrated in our community, whereas they're just tolerated in the white community because they're still not white.
So just quickly, the video I have on screen is I made a video called Keke Palmer versus Zendaya.
Okay, but I don't want to hold on, Petty. I really feel like we can have the biracial,
No. This is not. I just want to answer Truth Teller, and then you can go. I made a video specifically on this when Zendaya and Keke Palmer were having some made-up beef that people online were creating, where I went into that was just a starting point for the conversation, but I went into a conversation regarding biracial people getting preferential treatment to dark-skinned and unambiguous, I think, is it unambiguous or
yes, it is
unambiguously black people, people who they're black, as opposed to they could be biracial, light skin, whatever. And
is anybody denying that?
I thought Truth Teller said she wanted.
I'm not denying it as it pertains to Hollywood, because when you bring up the Zendaya and
that was a
Palmer, yes, I see that, because I'm a fan of both of them, and I've been knowing Keke Palmer since she was in Akeelah and the Bee. Yeah. So when that whole thing kicked up, yes, I see that. I see that in Hollywood.
That's one I keep saying. That was just a starting point. Hollywood was a starting point to talk about.
Right. So what I'm saying is, you have statistics in terms of regular everyday biracial.
To talk about employment broadly in the United States regarding biracial people having preference to black people. Yes, it's in that video. Or I can make a new one and maybe
that's perfect. I'll check it out. I'll go watch it. I'll go watch it on my own time, so I don't interrupt any more of the live. I appreciate that. I'll go watch it, and I'll whatever. Because I listen. Statistics are statistics. Yeah.
No, I want you to stay here, because what we're gonna get into after, I feel like your feedback would be very important for the email. For a viewer reached out, but we need to get to the email. We need to get
okay, that's fine.
But I'm just saying, stick around, because once we put the link, I hope that you can I hope that you can kind of like try to school Petty. Again, and I will say, I was never denying being white and being right or advantageous in a white supremacist system or society. That's not my position, was never that. So again, you're not going to sit here with any circular logic. The point of reference, the measuring, the initial conversation was around the sperm donors. And I told you the only way that it would be analogous is if they were, and I asked you, I said, was the white guy unattractive and the black guy was unattractive? And you said, yes, they were. And I did some reading, and apparently the white guy was more of a Brad and the black guy was more of a Jiminy Cricket. So again, I want a smart baby and an attractive baby. Why the hell not? I'm paying for it. Am I not?
You're stepping back to a frame of reference that we left.
Right, but that's my position. That's why I'm saying that it's that situation is not parallel to black men choosing white women specifically for their skin color.
No, I don't.
Specifically for their whiteness. That's my only point.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I mean, I think there are broader reasons why black men choose white women as opposed to black women choosing white men, for example, which I also made a video on. If you guys want to go and check that out. I don't know, for promo or whatever. Who is that? Who is promo? But anyway,
I really think that black men only choose white women for with a white supremacist lens and framework in mind. I don't think there's anything else to it, generally speaking, as a general matter. So whatever. But
not I had my DJ envy moment. What does that mean? Because now I have to look that up. I feel like
okay. I want to let's get into the email before I forget that. I'm really and truly. I need to. You need a dragging, and I need to. We need to get to the email so that I can give you the drag that you deserve.
Okay. Thank you for, in that case, thank you for the super chat, Nancy. True Teller, if you want to wrap up in a couple of seconds with your final thoughts, and then Chloe, and then we can get into the email, and that'll be our time.
I mean, I think I basically said it all, and my answer would be to the question, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't choose somebody just because the color of their skin, whatever. No. So just like Annalicia, no. And again, for me, it's gender specific, and it's sad because it shouldn't be, because the way I feel too, like I do feel some type of way calling people ugly as well, because I think it's sad that anyone would feel like they're not good enough. So they have to alter their features or whatever. Like people are way too over surgerized, in my opinion. But I get it at the same time. Like it's me trying to be sort of like sober and rational and realistic, which is to say that for women, particularly heterosexual women, also. So based on your sexuality as well, you do not fare as well in this society because it's so hyper-focused on looks if you are perceived to be unattractive. And so if you are a parent and you're trying to give your kids a better start, then along with a whole amount of everything else, because it wouldn't just be enough for them to just be attractive. It would be a lot of other stuff that's necessarily as well, in terms of intellect and character and all of that. Coupled with attractiveness to make a decision about who would be the right partner. And
also, and listen, someone said it, and I think that True Teller, I think that you and I, we can close the book with this, because if attractiveness was not a variable, wasn't a variable, then it would just be about race.
Yes.
Right, Teddy?
Yes.
So,
yes.
And that's why I'm saying you want to make it about race. You're certainly making it about race. You're trying to draw parallels with bandits and the trailer park. But at the end of the day, Brat, that situation specifically, the fact that it didn't come down to race specifically, I think that talking, like, everybody knows about colorism. Everybody knows about the advantages of
this feels like a long way for y'all to say. This is a long-winded way for both of y'all.
This is a long-winded way for you to say.
For both of y'all to say I was right.
No, you're not. I would never, though. That's the thing. No. Like, I would never, ever, ever.
Wait. No, actually,
let me give you an example. There's been white men that have liked me off, and I was like, hell to the no.
But Chloe actually has to. I don't want to reignite. I'm sorry.
Just because you're white That don't mean that I'm like, no.
I was wrong. I
I would never.
apologize. I don't want to reignite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
let's be done with it.
You gotta have more than just the white.
We have to be
This is
done.
the mindset. You gotta have more because there's degenerate ass white people also.
Like
degenerate, don't talk to me.
We're gonna Truth Teller, we have to be done with this because I see what Petty did, and you know what I'm saying? Game recognized game, and do your thing.
I was just wanting to get to. I wanted to wrap up. No, I apologize.
That's fine. That's fine. I see what you did.
I did want to let Chloe get to her point because she has been waiting for a while.
Yes,
I know. We can get to race.
I'm done.
Okay, Truth Teller, we'll see you later after the email. We can get to race and you know, and colorism and all of that. But all things equal, I'm choosing the more, regardless of race, I'm going to choose the attractive donor. And the fact that you were duplicitous when I asked you the question, I don't like that. I don't like that.
What is duplicitous?
Duplicitous means
why are you purposely weaponizing language I can't understand?
You were sneaky and you were deceitful because after doing just a tiny bit of reading, I've come to understand that the white donor was not unattractive. At least not
you're talking about a frame of reference that we stepped away from, but I would like Chloe to go.
Well, if we stepped away from it, don't try to draw comparisons to it. If we stepped away from that hypothetical into a new hypothetical, don't try to draw parallels to it.
Anyway, I would like Chloe to go because she has.
Yeah, go ahead, Chloe. We're sorry.
Thank you. Mahershala Ali. I wanted y'all to call him. I think I'm nailing it. Mahershala Ali. I think I did.
You're saying it. You're saying it right.
Yeah. And as for Wesley Snipes, I'm going to bring that up again. Mo Better Blues. Like if you need like convincing about how he was killing it, I think that would be a good movie to check out as well. That was the Spike Lee movie. I wanted to throw that out there. And then it's a subjective thing, like, you know, as far as like beauty and all that, because I never understood the whole Lil Wayne obsession. That women, white women, black women really got caught up in Lil Wayne. And I mean, like, you know, and I said, I don't call people ugly. I don't like doing that. But I didn't get that. And they just, you know, so that is black male worship, right? Like Lil Wayne, that is black male worship. Right.
I think that I grew up listening to, I'm not going to, because of my brothers, I grew up listening to like, No Limit, Master P, Silk the Shock. Like I listened to all of those guys, but Lil Wayne to me was like he was just too pinch. He was too pinch. Pinch just he's short. He's little bit. He was like little bit, you know. Like I got taller. I grew up, and then he just kind of stayed like stayed the same size as like the Hot Boys. I don't know if everybody knows Hot Boys. I never found him attractive personally. But I think in general, where there's wealth or notoriety or where there's, you know, any type of social or cultural clout, I think that does tend to lend to a degree of attractiveness. So, and that's separate, right? Like money, like in general, I think most people with when it comes to money, like money talks, bullshit walks. You could be murked, but if you have money, like, we can do the do, honey. I think that's kind of like a general rule, unless you're just like yeah. I think money talks, and I think people are more forgiving in the looks department. I think if you have like if you have bread, I think so. But yeah. I agree. If you want to also comment on the email, we have to get to the email because this is like this is bad, and I'm gonna blame Petty. I'm gonna have no account. I'm gonna be a black man in this moment. I'm gonna be a black man. I'm not gonna be accountable. This is not my fault. This is Petty's duplicitous pathology, and his chronic, perpetual propensity to troll. But we have gone so beyond the pale. Like we were supposed to get this email like yesterday. So thank you for coming up. Lil Wayne was okay. I liked his music. He's very degenerate. And at the end of the day, it's the money. It's the money, honey.
Oh, she left.
Okay, let's get to the email. Thank you for coming up. I love everybody that comes up. But let's get to the email.
There is someone named Kyla in the background, but it says your device isn't connected. So I'm
No,
going
we're
to,
not. We have to stop. We have
yeah,
to.
I'm gonna
Yeah, exercise some restraint. Okay, let's get to this email because you and I, we disagreed, didn't
okay,
we, Patty?
let's close out on the email then.
Okay, so can you pull up the so someone emailed me looking for advice, and the situation is, I think it's a very, very difficult situation. It's a two-part piece of advice, or sorry, a two-part problem that they're looking for advice. They're going to remain anonymous. But Petty and I disagree. It's really bad. I can feel myself. I'm gonna get tight. So, are you gonna pull it up, or do you just want me to summarize it?
Are you able to summarize it? I'm looking for it now.
Okay, so the email was sent by a woman in her, I believe she's in her early 30s. I'm just gonna summarize this for you guys because while Petty looks for it, she's in her early 30s. She and her, I think it's her fiance. He's a year younger than her. They've been together for 10 years. They have 3 children, I believe. And they both work. He works in finance. I believe she works in public health. And she's also in a master's program. So she works part-time. And she didn't actually specify whether or not she is in school full-time or part-time. But just for, I'm going to say she's in school full-time. I can't read the email if he doesn't pull it up. Sorry, Dee. So basically, she works outside the home. She also is a master's student, and that's very difficult.
Wait, I found the email. Wait, this is the whole, you're going to read this whole thing?
No, I'm just going to.
I actually am going to need a summary. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, let me read it. If the chat wants me to read it, I think that they would prefer that I read it rather than summarize it. I think that makes it.
Y'all put a 1
better
in the chat if y'all would like it read. Put a 2.
They want it read. They want it read. They want it read.
Let me go ahead and.
Themis, you don't count. The Themis doesn't count. Disregard that too, people. It's a conflict of interest. It does not count.
Oh,
okay. I see 3 1s, and that's good enough for me. Okay, majority wins.
Look at all these 2s. Please summarize. It looks like
you people.
It looks like skimming through this. She is.
No. Let me just read like the first paragraph of the problem. I'll just get into the problem. I won't get into the details. Just let me read it. You got to blow it up. I told you I'm about to hit the wall, and my glasses are about to shatter. Like I can't. That's tiny. I can't see. Okay. My fiance Sean is 33. And she's 34. So mid, I guess. They've been together for we've been together for 10 years and have 3 beautiful children together. I work part-time in public policy and full-time as a master's student. Sean works in finance. I would be lying if I said our relationship has been good. And the last 2 years, you got to blow it up a little bit more, please. Blow it up.
I've blown it up all I can blow it up.
Jesus. I'm getting old. Okay, I got it. Okay. I would be lying if I said that our relationship has been good and the last 2 years have been increasingly difficult. I spend all my time either working, writing papers for school, or bringing our children out for extracurriculars, activities, birthday parties, appointments, parks, or fun excursions. We constantly argue about who's not pulling their weight, and he believes that I don't pull my weight, or do enough around the house. And I believe he doesn't pull his weight by not cleaning up after himself. That's a problem. Helping with the kids, getting them dressed, making lunches, bedtime routines, nothing is in caps, or helping with general chores around the house. It's gotten to the point where I'm doing everything and going everywhere with our children on my own while he's at home sleeping. Initially, he said after work, he just needed some time to rest and sleep before helping with pickup and bringing the kids to their activities, or anything else that he could Oh yeah, sorry. He just needed time to rest when he got home from work. And then he could be more productive and helpful. So I agreed to that. Thinking things would get better. You have to take things off the screen, Petty. I agreed to that, thinking that things would get better. Instead, instead of taking a nap and waking up to help, he would forget to meet me places with the kids. He would sleep through an alarm that I had set. So you're setting alarms for a grown man? Jesus. Sleep through pickup, and I ended up picking them up on my own. Jesus, running errands or bringing them to their activities on my own. I feel alone with 3 kids, and I've been in a committed relationship for 10 years. I feel like a single mom. I go to bed and wake up next to my fiance every day. The last straw for me was when one of our children expressed how much they wished dad would come to the park, come with us to their, you gotta move it up. Come on, keep it up, come on, move up. Thank you. Expressed how much he wished that he would come to the park. Oh, and come with us to their activity, sorry. And just be with us in the same way that I was. When I noticed that they were drawn to the other fathers that were playing at the park with their children, I observed that they would follow the dads around the park. Oh God, they would follow the dads around the park. And it just broke my heart. When I brought this up to my fiance, it quickly turned into being about me not doing enough around the house or having the house in a particular way so that he can do more. One example that he gives and creates a lot of issues around is when attempting to get ready to go out for an event or an activity, he will get dressed quickly and he's dressed first and he just sits around waiting around while I'm scrambling to get the kids dressed, get them clean, get their snacks, water bottles. I'm exhausted. I'm like exhausted right now. And get everything ready and prepared for the car. Packing an extra set of clean clothes in case they make a mess or have an accident. Oh my God, Jesus. Okay. After all of this, I go and quickly get ready while he complains that I always take forever, make him late, and don't know how to manage my time, quote, end quote. When I propose that he help out with the kids or help get their bags and their snacks ready so that we can all be more efficient and productive, his response was, he can't get them dressed because I do their laundry and I fold them instead of hanging them up. And it's hard to find their clothes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. He said it's hard to find their clothes. I'm fairly organized and have their clothes folded and organized by drawer. I told him, okay, stop. I told him that if he took initiative and hung up the clothes and organized the clothes in the closets in a way that made it easier for him, I would start organizing their clothes that way moving forward. He said he would, and when he never did, he said there was just too much clothes. He said I don't motivate him to clean. He said, I don't motivate him to clean or be better. And that's what the real problem is. But y'all, I haven't even gotten to the best part. Oh my God. It gets worse, guys. It gets worse. Keep going. Last year, he did his genealogy. And after being raised as an only child his entire life, he actually found a sister. Okay, so that's nice. His sister's 1 year younger than him on his dad's side. She was adopted as a child and she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth with all the opportunities that my fiance did not have. She's very successful and she comes from a very wealthy family. He was so excited and overwhelmed to meet her. Oh my God. Voluntary. Yo, listen, man. This is slavery, most definitely. He was so excited and overwhelmed to meet her, and I made sure that I was supportive and encouraged him to develop and foster a relationship with her. She came over for drinks and seemed nice enough. I was just super excited and happy for my fiance. I would make sure. So she's the mom. Okay. I know. Oh, okay. Let me just finish this. I would be reading much faster if it wasn't so small. Where was I? Okay. I would make sure that he would go out to see her, so that they can get to know each other, build a relationship. And I would make sure he wouldn't renege on his plans with her, even at times when he really didn't want to go out. I would also make a great effort to communicate with her and try to establish a friendship with her, send pictures and updates about the kids, etc., though she was always a bit curt and cold. So they developed a relationship over the course of a year and would see each other less and less. And I would hear about her less and less. And she would ask about the children less and less. But I figured she got busy and we'd see her again soon. Okay. When things started to get rough between my fiance and I started to become, come on, move it up, Petty. Get with the bloody, okay. When things started to get rough between my fiance and I, he started to become more secretive and even more distant than he normally is. We both have the passwords for each other's phones, but in nearly 10 years, I haven't felt the need, oh God, I haven't felt the need to look through his phone because I really trusted him and believed in our relationship. One day, I felt this compelling urge to look in his phone, call it paranoia or a gut instinct, but something told me that something is off. I looked in his phone and saw messages between him and an ex, basically making fun of me, calling me crazy. But then I go to his conversations with his sister and I absolutely lost it. For at least 3 months or even more, they have been talking about me and disparaging me and our home life. Oh my God. He was telling her that he is in so much debt because of her. She says in brackets, lies. He's unhappy and miserable because I don't carry my weight or do enough around the house. She said another lie. And that I'm dragging him down and not motivating him to do more around the house or help with the kids, more lies. And he just went on and on. Mind you guys, keep in mind that at this time we were actively in therapy trying to salvage our relationship and keep our family intact. So reading all of this was like a punch to the gut. Her responses were even more disgusting. Yes, I realized that she's getting information from a dishonest source. Okay. But her response to most of the concerns and complaints was verbatim. Oh my God, just leave her. 3 kids and a dog, she'll be totally fucked forever. Just leave for your own sake and see the kids when you can. Guys, she wants to know if she should confront the sister and confront the her fiance.
Wait, why would she confront the sister? That don't make sense to me.
Why the fuck would the sisters tell him to fuck off and leave the kids and screw her over with 3 kids and a dog? What?
If I come to my sister and I say I'm with a woman, she's so terrible, she doesn't clean anything, I do everything by myself, my sister's probably gonna take my side. She's not gonna know I'm lying. Your confrontation should be with your, well, it's not a confrontation. I don't know why you read this whole thing. After you read the first sentence, my advice was leave.
I'm sorry. A woman. I'm sorry. A woman, I would never ever say to a father and a fiance, I would never say, "Oh my God, it's so hard for you."
The kids or leave her? Wait, I might have missed it.
She said to leave. Well, if you leave, are you deaf? She said, "Just leave. Leave and see the kids when you can." The sister needs to get punched. The sister, listen. Okay, listen.
I'm gonna assume her sister is saying co-parent and leave the relationship and not actually.
No. If don't you don't have to assume. The emailer, sorry, she literally said this is what the sister said verbatim. She said, "Leave her. She will be fucked with 3 kids and a dog. She'll be fucked forever," verbatim. That's what she said. I'm sorry, the sister is problematic, and I guess it runs in their dusty family. Clearly, any woman that says to a man, I would never tell my brother, "Yo, fuck off. She can be fucked financially with 3 kids and a dog. That bitch is finished. You leave and see the kids when you feel like it." That's a problem. But we'll get to that bitch later. She wants to know whether or not she should confront her fiance. Okay? Petty and I had this conversation before we went live, you guys.
So should she confront him? Yes or no?
She should absolutely. I kind of actually want to get to the disagreement that you and I had. So let's go.
You
to
gotta
the
answer her question first. That don't make sense to me. She asked the question. She asked for advice, and we don't give it, but we're going to today.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The first part of the email, when she's talking about the issues that she's having in terms of people carrying their weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you and I said that I think it's disgusting for a man who's working, in a partnership, in a marriage, when people are working full time and they come home and they think that they can just wipe their feet at the door and be completely resolved of their parental and domestic responsibilities because they're working outside the house. And your retort to that was, you think that if a man is the breadwinner, he should be able to come home and not have to parent or clean up, right?
That sounds like a patriarchal relationship. No, the man provides the finances and the woman does the domestic duties. In this relationship specifically, it looks like they're splitting the bills, but she also has the majority, if not all, of childcare and domestic duties once she gets home. So I don't feel that's appropriate for this relationship.
Okay. So, and that's part of her question. I think, like, I don't give advice, but if this was my friend, I would say the really messed up thing is they're already in therapy. So I have to imagine, and obviously this is an assumption, but I have to imagine that these things are already coming up in therapy, because she said that they've actively been in therapy trying to keep their family intact.
So yeah, I don't think she needs to confront him. She needs to consult him, and by him, I don't mean her partner. I mean a divorce lawyer. And after she and her divorce lawyer figure things out, then she can confront him with some papers. Because I don't understand why you would be single in a relationship. You might as well be single and free. So yeah, that just don't make sense to me.
So with respect to the sister, would you come? Again, she established a relationship with the sister. She keeps the sister updated insofar as sending pictures of of her kids, which would be her sister's, his sister's niece, or nieces and nephews, whatever.
Can I pause real quick? Real quick? They're not married?
No, she said fiance.
Wait. I thought they were together for 10 years.
She said they've been together for 10 years. She didn't say how long they've been engaged.
All right. You were saying? Sorry, I was interested.
No, I know. It's clarification.
Dating.
I think, so nobody thinks she should confront the sister? Petty?
I don't care about what. Confront her and say what? Beat her up?
I think that for a woman to say that to her brother, knowing that her kids, in the sister's own words, would be fucked forever, I think that's I don't know. I think that's worthy and deserving of a fisting, of a face punch.
I can't believe my man betrayed my trust. I'm about to go beat up this woman. That don't make sense to me. And then what?
So maybe this is just me.
I said consult a divorce lawyer. I don't care about this woman at all. She don't owe. No one outside of my relationship owes me anything. The person in my relationship owes me something. So I think it's really malicious what she said regarding, if you leave her, she's going to be messed up forever because she has 3 kids. And I think that was really malicious. But again, she don't owe me anything in a relationship that I'm in if she's not in it with me. Maybe you have like more connection with your partner's family, and like
that's what I'm thinking. She said that she's established a relationship with her, so maybe that's why she's asking whether or not she should confront her. Because if they have established a relationship and she's bringing her kids around their aunt, I think it's fair to question why you would advise your brother to do that. I understand the sister is irrelevant, but it also kind of seems like she's trying to work with her fiance, that they're in therapy. I would just drop the papers, I would talk to a divorce lawyer. Like I would already start the procedures already.
So what do you, I mean, we agree there. What do you do with the sister? Because I'm saying I don't care about the sister. I'm probably not going to confront her.
Right.
So I don't see what that accomplishes. I don't see the reason for it. I understand anger at someone feeling malicious towards your relationship, someone speaking in your partner's ear, but it's your partner ultimately who, I feel like people are going to speak in your partner's ear, but your partner needs to have some type of discipline to not let something like this. Like if his sister had said this to him and he came to her and showed her the text messages instead of her finding out, and he was like, I can't believe my sister would say something like this, then this whole thing about like this would be a non-factor. It's the fact that he's hiding and being disingenuous and talking behind her back that's an issue. So when I'm looking at it, everything that he's doing I see as an issue. What she's doing is an issue, yes, but she's not in the relationship, so I don't really care. Now you said that she was trying to get buddy with the sister. So maybe if they're friends, then yeah, you do have some sort of, I guess, moral obligation to your friend, like how you would your partner. But if they're not, then I don't know why.
So I think the reason that so for whatever reason she wants to move forward with the relationship, they're actively in therapy. As of the day that she sent the email, they're actively in therapy based on what she said. And she also said that, yes, she established a relationship with the sister. She keeps the sister in the loop, sends pictures of the kids, and I guess organizes like play dates with the kids. Sorry. So I think I understand her asking whether or not it would be fair or right or appropriate to confront the sister, her fiance, one or the other or both is essentially what she's asking. Because she didn't, I don't think that the email asked anything about whether or not she should leave her fiance. I think the question was who's not carrying enough weight. She thinks it's him, he thinks it's her. But ultimately she's asking about whether or not she should confront the sister, her fiance, or both. So I think that the advice that we're giving is you should confront him with papers to separate because there are kids involved. And he sounds extremely toxic to me. So whenever there are kids involved and there's a toxic parent, it's going to be a long hellish road that you have to go down. So I would get my affairs in order privately and discreetly. And it sounds like you're saying for her to not confront any of them.
Yeah. Can we slow down the chat? No. April says she needs to confront herself and figure out why she gave away. Thank you. Why she gave away 10 years. I think about that Mary J. Blige song where she mourned over 11 years. Because the way I was like, oh, get a divorce attorney and like get your affairs. Oh no, they're not married.
I mean, if they've been living together for 10 years, depending on where they are, she would have the same rights. And the law would still apply to her as though they were legally married. That's how it is. I don't know how it is in some states or how it is in America. That's how it is in Canada. So that sounds like something. That sounds like something a man would say to a woman to get her to not marry. Nah, babe, we lived together for like 5 years. We can do this common law thing. That way, we can still we don't. Marriage is just a piece of paper. We can cohabitate. I don't know. I mean, she didn't say anything about why she didn't say whether they've been together for 10 years and they got engaged in the last 3 years. Like, she wasn't explicit. She didn't really talk about that. So I don't know. All I know is when there are two parents working outside of the home, two parents need to work when they're inside of the home as well. And I think the disagreement that Petty and I had was, even when one parent is a stay-at-home parent, I think even when a mother is staying at home taking care of the kids, and the man and the father is the primary breadwinner and he's the only one working, I think he should still come home and he still has a parental obligation and an obligation to his kids, independent of his wife or his the mother of his children, he has an obligation to take care of his children and to clean up after himself like a grown man. And Petty disagreed with that.
Real quick before that, I will defend that, by the way. But
Yeah.
Skittle said, if she's still with him, I'm finna be livid. Are they still together? Do you know?
They are still together, yes.
Period. You disagree with me as far as I believe a man's financial contribution, in this instance, he's not providing financially. So we can completely throw out this scenario because she's clearly doing more work here, right? We can agree there. In your friend's scenario here, she's like, it sounds like
she's not my friend. I don't know her. If she was my friend, listen, we don't give advice, but we're telling you that this is not the relationship that you need to be in for the next 10 years, the next 2 years, the next 2 minutes. I don't give advice, but if you were my friend, I would tell you to very discreetly and strategically start looking into uncoupling, separating. Make sure you have all of your bases covered. You have to figure out your living situation. There's a lot of steps that you have to take to successfully uncouple, and I guess to start the process of co-parenting. It sounds like you're already a single mother, so I don't think it's going to be a shock to your system.
To ask the question again, it sounds like I don't want to talk about that specifically just because it sounds like we both agree she's doing more work in this relationship.
She's doing more domestic work and she's the primary caretaker of their kids. They're both paying the bills.
Yes. So they're going 50-50 on bills. She's doing 100% of everything else at the household. She's doing more. I agree with you. Let's push that to the side. You don't believe that someone providing financially is equal to someone doing the other domestic and childcare duties?
No, I do not. I think that fiscal contributions when it comes to rearing children can only go so far and do so much. That money is not going to hug your kids at night. It's not going to tuck them in. It's not going to read Robert Munch. It's not going to read their books. I don't think it's equal. No.
I agree with you there. I mean, I think they're equal generally. I think so. But what you said, I think is correct. You can't just pay a child and not give it care and effort, and the child will grow up well. But
right, but Petty, don't couple plea. Don't be a dusty little public defender. Because when you and I spoke on the back end,
I'm trying to finish my statement. Thank you.
I just don't want you to.
I don't believe you can just throw money at a child and not give care, love, and effort and everything else that a child needs, and the child will grow up right. I also don't think you can just give love and effort and hugs to a child and the child will grow up well without money. I consider these things equal generally. I wouldn't date, for example, someone who's broke, but they're a good parent, because I believe you're going to need some type of financial contribution to your children to be like it. I don't think you can just survive off of love. I don't think you and your children can survive off of love. I think no. So I do consider those things equal. Yes. I don't think you can do one without the other.
So you considering them equal, and guys, maybe I'm wrong, okay? Petty thinks that they're equal, and he thinks that equal relationship or contribution means that it can negate the man's or the primary the primary breadwinners. It can negate their responsibilities, the parental responsibilities. So in other words, Petty said to me, he should be able to come home and he doesn't have to clean or take care of his kids. And am I wrong for thinking that that's absolutely absurd?
I think that's how it's been
No, that's not. No, we did this already. You told me. I know this is the world that we live in. And then I said, Petty, is that what you believe? Is that what you think?
I think the historical trade has been.
Is that what Petty thinks?
Someone who provides 100% of the financial contribution to the household, as opposed to the other person providing domestic and childcare. I don't generally think the person providing the finances, regardless of their gender, is expected to do anything as far as domestic.
That's not the point. You see what you're doing? we're circling the drain, and I understand maybe you learned these tactics in the red pill. We don't play that. I'm asking you directly. Is that what you believe? Do you believe that that is true? Do you believe that
No,
that is fair? Do you believe that that is right?
Personally, I'm publicly a 50-50 person. I've said it on Themis' channel. I believe both people should be contributing equally financially into the child, into the domestic duties. I don't think one person should be doing one thing solely. However, if people choose to structure their relationship where one person is doing 100% of the finances and they want their partner to do 100% of domestic and childcare, I think that's fair. You don't think that finances and childcare are equal, but
no, I don't.
So okay, if someone is providing 100% of the finances, but then they come home and go 50-50 with you on childcare, that feels unfair on their part. It feels like they're over contributing. You're only giving 50% of the childcare, but they're giving 100% elsewhere. In the same way that your friend is giving 50% of the finances, but she's doing 100% of the childcare, I feel like it's the same but reversed. Now, you can make an argument that finances are not equal to childcare or domestic duties,
That's
or
the argument
that it's a 24-hour job. I think that's like a fair argument to make. And I don't know that I can argue against that, to be fair, even.
Right, but I already made that argument. We had this conversation on the back end, and that was my position was childcare is not a 9 to 5.
Yeah, but when benefits of it are not. Looks at a conversation online and you're like, oh, we already talked about that. Don't nobody in the comments know anything about what we talked about. What
no, but I said it. No. They do. When I introduced, hold on. When I introduced when I introduced it, I said my position is that they're not equal. My position is that the father needs to come home, and he needs to be a father.
Okay, I feel that is unequal. I feel that's unequal. If you're providing 100%, if you provide 100% of the finances, then you go home and do 50% of the house care, child care, or whatever. That feels inappropriate to me. It feels like you're over contributing.
Right, and here's the problem, because it doesn't really matter if it feels like you're over contributing. How much did you contribute to the creation of the child? Not 50%. You don't. The contribution that you owe is not to the stay-at-home parent. The contribution that you owe is to the child. Whether you're working or you're not working, that is your child. You have a parental obligation to take care of your child, to engage with your child, to emotionally engage, physically engage, and mentally engage with your child, regardless of how much money you make. There's nothing that a person can do that is going to negate that fundamental responsibility. Nothing.
I believe if a person only wants to contribute financially to their child and the other parent does the rest of that contribution outside of financial, I consider those things equal. No, I mean, I said earlier, I don't think the child can survive without money, and I don't think the child can survive without like love, care, and anything else that needs to be given to the child, like child care. So
Petty, you and I had this conversation because you said, you know what, like this is how it's been for centuries, right? This is how it's been for decades. Even when it was like, we can go to Baldy's book, right? Like the Why Women Deserve Less. Even in the old contract, it was that men were providers and builders and the breadwinners, and the women were the domesticated house cats, and they had to clean up and do all of these things, right? We understand. Women were unhappy then in those arrangements with that contract. Women were also unhappy because working is not enough when you have kids. Working is enough when you're on your own, right? Like if you're working and you're on, that's fine. But if there are children involved, working is not enough. Your money is not enough. It's not enough to raise healthy, well-adjusted.
You keep saying that you're not just giving money to the child. Your half is providing money to the child. The child is still getting child care elsewhere.
Right, but your half. It's just
a child being raised by money.
Not enough. Because your half doesn't make a whole, because it's two parents involved in the equation. It took two people to create the child. So it's not 1 + 1 = 2. You're still missing. It's not equivocal. You're still missing numbers. Like the math is not. It doesn't math. What do you mean? You have kids. That's your responsibility. I don't care if you're a millionaire. You're going to change that diaper. What are you talking about? You can't throw money
Okay,
at the diaper.
again,
It
feels
still
like
sells when you throw money
one
at a
person.
diaper.
It feels like one person.
There's nothing that money can
Again,
do that is going to negate a parent's responsibility to parent a child.
okay.
The
Well then,
responsibility is
okay.
owed
Well,
to the
I
child.
will stop in that case. Oh, you froze. I think. Can you hear me?
No, I didn't. I can hear you.
In that case, I'll stop paying the bills and I'll stop providing food and shelter and water for the child, and I'll just stay at home and take care of the child with my stay-at-home wife. We'll just be a stay-at-home couple. No,
So
that sounds ridiculous to me. The
without
household
kids?
and the child needs money. It needs finances. Like I said earlier, I don't believe you can just give one thing to the
Okay.
child.
What
And I think
what else do children need?
I mean, love, care, affection, to summarize, childcare.
Right. Do they only need it from their mother?
Not necessarily. I believe it can be from either, both.
No. I didn't say it can be. There's empirical. There's like literally there's data and statistics that observe the outcomes of children who don't get that love and care that don't get the love and care from a father, or that don't have that type of figure in their life.
I think a child in a traditional household where the father does 100% of the finances, but is probably less intimate, like a lot less intimate. I'm pretty sure most traditional relationships, the father didn't really have a close relationship with their child at all. It was mostly a majority, if not all, the mother. I think these children will grow up to be well-adjusted. Do I think they'll be well-adjusted more than my beliefs regarding you contributing equally financially in child?
That's not the question. That's
not
the question.
Okay.
I asked you, do children, so again, you're trying to equivocate, you're trying to say that the financial contribution and the contribution alone is enough, and that equivocates it to her domestic responsibilities and parental responsibilities.
I'm saying those things are equal. I'm saying
you
those
did
things
say that
are
they were
equal.
equal.
I'm not saying it's enough. I'm saying they are equal. I think the child needs
if
both
it's not
finances.
Equal, it's not enough. The only way that it's enough is if it's equal. That's
okay. Yeah, I'm saying I believe those things are equal.
I get 50. We both. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, I literally feel like you're missing. I have no idea. It feels like you're talking past me because I feel like I've said.
Oh, now you're gonna gaslight.
Okay, do you believe a child needs a financial contribution at all, or can a child survive off of just love and effort?
Who does anybody think that? I know that children need more than kisses and sunshine to grow into a well-adapted and productive children. I understand that.
You believe that a child. You believe that a child needs finances.
You asked me a question. Do you want me to answer it?
You didn't even say yes or no. I asked you a yes or no question. You didn't say yes or no. You just started. What are you talking about? Of course, everybody. What are you talking? You didn't even say yes or no.
Yes, finances are important.
Thank you. Do you think finances are equally important to raising a child as emotional and other contribution?
Finances are equally important to raising a child. Say it again.
Yeah, equally important.
No.
Okay, then we disagree on regarding finances as equal to other contribution to the child.
Okay, so then it is what it is. You have studies where even when, listen, you guys in the chat, we're going to open up the panel and we're going to have a conversation about this, because I think it's absurd. The idea that because you're paying the bills and because you are the financial purveyor, I think it's absurd that we think it negates or absolves your parental responsibilities. I think that's absurd.
To clarify, you believe a household where a father is contributing 100% of the finances and the mother is the only one doing the child care specifically, is going to lead to a maladaptive child.
It's going to create when a father is emotionally unavailable, and when they're sort of vacant in their child's life and still under the same roof, there are negative emotional and psychological consequences that child is going to be subjected to as an adult. 100%, absolutely. 100% absolutely. Money, you can't throw money at everything. It doesn't work in all instances. When you have fathers who don't engage with their children, that does create psychological issues down the line for them, and it does socialize them also. It creates a framework for them when they have their own children. So it's like a really it's extremely problematic. And the fact that you think, well, that's how it is and that's the way that it should be because it's fair, it's clearly not fair. It's not fair, it's not right, it's not equal. So I'm an egalitarian, so I think that everybody needs to do what needs to be. Like, if I want a well-oiled machine, I want my machine to run fast, and I want it to run well. So I think that everybody needs to do whatever they need to do to get that machine well-oiled. I'm an egalitarian. That's what I believe personally. If I was a stay-at-home parent, and my husband came home and he said, all right, I'm home for I did my thing. So you and the kids now, I'm going to bed now. Have my dinner in the oven. I'm not going to wash my plate. I'm not going to clean up after myself either, because I worked. I clocked in. I did my 9 to 5 already. I'm good. So yeah, well, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do it again. No, I don't even know. No.
Okay, so you're more for 50-50 relationships.
I'm more for egalitarian. There's no such thing as 50-50. There's only something needs to be done and someone needs to do it. Period.
That sounds like extra steps to say 50-50, but okay.
That's because it's not 50-50. I just told you very few things in life are 50-50. But when it comes to kids, and if we're going to quantify it, your parental responsibilities, nothing is going to change that. Nothing's going to assuage it. Nothing's going to negate it. Nothing's going to justify you not being involved interpersonally, emotionally, mentally in that child's life. Absolutely no dollar amount, nothing. I'm sorry. I don't believe, like I said, egalitarian, don't put words into my mouth. There's no such thing as 50-50. When people subscribe to the idea of like 50-50, then, people start to like nickel and dime and really split hairs. If something needs to be done, someone needs to do it.
So what do you mean when you say an egalitarian relationship? What does that mean? Because it feels like the benefits and everything regarding your duty and obligation in the relationship is equal among you. That just sounds like 50-50 to me with a different word.
Right. But it's not like 50-50 is equal. And I'm saying that very few things are equal in life. But when it comes to kids, we shouldn't be, it's not, it needs to be equal. It's what needs to be done. This needs to be done. And 2 parents created the child. One of them or both of them need to do it, period. I don't understand. Like it's a team, like it's like a basketball team and I'm like lobbing an alley-oop to someone and to somebody under the hoop and they're just looking off in the distance. That ball is just an air ball. It goes nowhere. It does nothing. It's a team. It's a collaborative effort. And if you're only going to collaborate to the extent that you are clocking in at work and clocking out to come home, that's not 50-50. That's not a fair exchange.
But this does sound like we're describing the same thing, but I'll just concede and call it semantics. I'm
not playing no semantics game with you. I don't believe in 50-50. I don't believe that it exists.
That's fine. That's fine. Egalitarian. We have probably maybe like 3 minutes. Z, I'm gonna give you a minute. Comments on anything that we've spoken about.
Hello. So first, I just wanted to say I love you guys' channel very much. I love the conversations you have. Anna, I love how just dominant you are in the conversation. I just wanted to slide that in there. But I am agreeing with Annalicia. And the reason why I agree with her is because as a woman, I can attest to someone who grew up in a household where my father provided 100% financially, but was not there for us emotionally. And it definitely had a negative psychological effect on me. Not having a father figure in my life, like it just hurt me in the long run. I don't want to get too deep because I know we're quick. So I agree with her. Finances is not enough. It is definitely an important factor that should be considered. And if we want to go the quote unquote 50-50 route, I feel like a lot more women, now that they have the ability to make money on their own, they don't mind assisting financially. But even still, I feel like the way that we go about raising children and the idea of a nuclear family is not ideal. And I feel like more than 2 people should be involved heavily when raising just one child, let alone multiple children in one family.
Z, we love you and thank you. That's what I've been trying to say to him. But obviously, he believes in patriarchy.
No, I
Obviously,
said at the
Petty.
very beginning, pause. I said at the very beginning, I'm a person who's egalitarian. I believe you should be sharing financial duty and childcare. However, I do understand people who say they want someone to provide 100% of the bills, or someone providing 100% of the bills saying they want someone to do 100% of the childcare, which I consider equal in the same way I would consider you doing 50-50 on both things, as opposed to one person does each.
And I, first of all, that didn't change my opinion.
That's
Again,
fine.
he subscribes to a lot of patriarchal, ideology, because again, thinking that finances is a fair and equal contribution when it comes to rearing children to the most unfortunate. That is a patriarchy, a premise. That ideology is foundationally, I would say, patriarchal, because again, men are the breadwinners. That's clearly all that they've been doing, and that's all that they think they should do. So that again, we just go right back to the patriarchy. He can cop a plea as much as he wants at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They just don't want to do more work. But I'm going to go ahead and go because I know we have other people waiting. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I love you, Z. Thank you.
Wake up, makeup, slay. Welcome.
Hello, beautiful wake up makers.
Hi guys. I love it today. This is fantastic. Petty, I understand how you understand, but it's just never fair. And I'm obviously speaking from experience. Because if my husband was the sole provider, we're definitely both working. But if he was the sole provider, the thing about rearing children, once you bring them in, it is 24 hours. It really is. And so it's just not equal. It's just not.
So regarding what I said earlier about a man providing 100%, it sounds like y'all are more egalitarian in how y'all approach relationships, which is fine, by the way, because that's something I agree with. Regarding a man who is the sole provider financially, but also contributing to the household and to the childcare, that feels unbalanced to me. Am I guess wrong?
I understand why you would feel like it's unbalanced. And I guess for me, no, it doesn't even matter how much. Well, no, I would say
because
the fairness of it. The fairness of it.
My bad. To clarify my thoughts. What that says to me is my contribution. If I'm expected to make a contribution to the child and to the household, I believe that is a contribution, and that's something that I'm making. If I'm splitting that with you, it feels weird for me to be taking 100% of the responsibility elsewhere. If we're splitting here, it now feels like I'm taking an unbalanced load.
Why? I'm sorry. Why do you think taking care of your children disrupts an equilibrium?
So if you were paying 100% of the bills, you would be with a man who takes care of the kids, but you would also take care of the children. Y'all go 50-50 on children, but you do 100% of the bills. That sounds wild.
But the 100% of the bills.
They're my kids.
Wait, Anna. So Petty, in order to pay the 100% of the bills, how many hours a week is that person working? Whoever chooses to do that. So we'll say standard 40, right? Okay. 40 hours a week. If you're saying that, because we're trying to, we're saying you're trying to say that it would be fair, right? If they're paying 100% of the bills, they're only working the 40-hour work week. But that person that's doing the household domestic work, it is 24 hours.
Can I also say something? What is the, because it's 24 hours, it's 365, it's, I mean,
no holidays.
I just have a question. What is the, what's the premium when a child wakes up with a fever at like 3 o'clock in the morning and you have to stay in the ER in the hospital for 6 hours, and then you have to miss, and then you have to, you're admitted into the hospital and you have to sleep there for a couple of days.
Yeah,
what's the premium? How much does she get paid for that?
Y'all keep saying the father is expected to be doing this as well. So he is contributing to that as well. But
Are
he's
those
also
kids? Are those kids his?
yes.
Right. Yeah. No. Of course. Yeah.
So why is your so you're talking about,
course.
oh, you're waking up in the middle of the night, you're taking care of the kids, you have to take them to school.
You're
you guys want the father to do that as well. I understand that. So he's sharing that load with you, but he has another load elsewhere. So I don't understand how this isn't unbalanced.
Because we're trying to tell you that paying 100% of the bills is not equal to taking to rearing children. It's not equal.
He's
it's
rearing.
Not the same.
Y'all keep saying you expect him to rear the children with you. You are both rearing the children. You are both contributing to the children. He is contributing elsewhere. It feels lopsided.
I'm saying I expect
you think that contributing financially makes the exchange equal. You think that's why it feels unfair. And I'm telling you, that's not enough. I'm telling you,
my question again.
You're missing something. Something's missing.
It sounds like y'all are not answering my question. You are both expecting the man to contribute to the child care. You're both contributing to child care. I think that's fair. I think that's fine. He is also contributing outside of childcare. It feels like you're both splitting childcare, but he's the only one doing bills. This feels lopsided.
I'm not saying splitting childcare 50-50. If the expectation is he goes to work 40 hours a week, during that time, then I am rearing the children. Also, more than likely making the meals and stuff. So that extends past that 40 hours. What I am saying is to be there and be supportive. You can't just check out. You can't check out when you get home and expect there not to be resentment. That's it's not lopsided that way. It would be lopsided if he works 40 hours a week and completely checks out and there is no break. That is absolutely lopsided.
Could you explain?
I'm sorry, hold on. When does she get a break? What? I'm sorry. Did we tell? Sorry. When do mothers stand?
You're asking about wake up, make up slaves scenario or mine, where y'all are contributing to the children equally.
That was never your premise. You think that? Sorry. Just so I'm clear. When you say they're contributing equally, you're saying they're contributing equally by one paying all of the bills, so one's contributing financially exclusively, and the other is the caretaker of the children, right? And then you think that that's a fair and equal exchange.
But he's also caretaking and doing childcare.
No. When did that happen?
Is this not the scenario I said?
No, that's never been the scenario. Put a one in the chat and Penny just changed the entire.
I feel like that has been what I have repeated several times. He's paying 100% of the bills. I assume working. Maybe he's wealthy and just don't work. I don't know.
Right, and you said
but
that
he's paying 100% of the bill. When he comes home, he is now contributing equally to the household.
I didn't say equally to the household. I didn't say contributing equally to the household.
So
it's just that you don't check out.
She's responding to you and not me, or
this is what Petty did. Wake and make up slate. This is what he did. So this is the goalpost. Let me move it right here. Let me marginally. Let me move it and let me shift gears.
That feels like exactly what I said. A man who's providing 100%, but also splitting childcare.
Premise was you think that it is okay, it is fine, it is right, it is fair for the breadwinner to come home and do nothing. The parental obligations he does not have because his financial contributions negate that. Yes. That was your point.
We moved forward to a conversation where I said, okay, so in this scenario,
you changed your mind.
No, we did not change. I did not change my mind. I moved forward in time. Do you remember when I said, okay, so in this scenario you guys are posing, does it not feel like a lopsided relationship when the man is doing 100% of the finances and work outside of the home, but then comes home and splits 50-50 with you there? That feels like what I have been saying all night. It doesn't feel like a goalpost I've moved. It doesn't feel like some new point I just made up.
And I'm saying if a man is paying 100% of the bills and we have agreed that I'm running the household, also in that agreement, there is no 50-50 in the child rearing when he comes home. I've already done a lot of stuff. So there's no 50-50 in that.
So there's no really quickly.
I think the issue is is quantifying it, right? Like we're really trying to quantify the contributions that
Right.
that a parent is making, and in my mind, truly, there's no real objective way to quantify it. Like
No.
you can't quantify a stay-at-home parent's contribution because, and you can't, and even an involved and engaged parent, because it doesn't end. You can't. That's why. But when you can quantify the contributions of the financial parent, you can quantify the financial contributions, because there's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. You clock in at a certain time, you clock out at a certain time, you get paid a certain amount of money. Your bills cost a certain amount of money. Like, kids are not numbers. I know that we understand how much it costs generally to raise a child, but they're not numbers, right? So you can't quantify what's needed to rear them emotionally, mentally, psychologically. That's not quantifiable. And because it's not quantifiable, because it doesn't end, there's no end, there's no clock in, clock out, there's no break.
In that case, you should reject that the man should pay 100% if you want him to help in the child care.
Wow.
Which I would agree. Agree with, actually.
I can't understand outside of.
Wait, I'm going to let y'all drag. I'm going to put everybody up. I'm sure everyone who's been waiting in the background is ready to drag. I would like to go through these 2 super chats just to refresh my brain and think about
disgusted
everything.
by you.
Just to think about it. No, that doesn't make sense, because what you said earlier was about egalitarian. So how are you disgusted at me saying, okay, maybe the man shouldn't be contributing 100% financially? Maybe y'all should just be doing things equally in your
I said it does not matter. I don't care.
Can I read? Wait, can I read the? I'm gonna let y'all drag. Can I read the? Can I read the 2 super? Can I read the 2 super chats?
And you got it wrong.
I'm gonna say it again when you're finished. Can I read the 2 super chats and then I will let everybody drag? I just wanted to make sure they did. I just wanted to make sure they didn't get too far away.
Go ahead.
Zahara says, how do you expect to properly instill values and love from the breadwinner if they're not involved in the rearing? Both parties may not have exactly the same views, values, or strengths. This is actually, the whole conversation is surprising to me, because it don't sound like y'all want a sole provider at all.
That's not the problem. The problem is that being a provider.
Really quickly. I just want to get through the last super chat, and then I will let everybody cook. Y'all can each have y'all turn. I'll sit here and you can drag me by the last little bit of braid that's sticking out of my head.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull. You're gonna drag.
Z-Star says, also, I feel like it's wrong to force men to do more instead of not partnering with them and allowing them to do the labor. We're severely overpopulated anyway. Women can commune and co-parent. Period. Trademark Thema Cento.
Well, that's a different cultural phenomenon that we would have. Like, if that's the cultural shift that we need to take, that's a different conversation altogether. I don't necessarily disagree. I have to think about it a little bit more. I just think that I think the disconnect for you, Petty, is you thinking that a provider is exclusively monetary in nature. Maybe for some it is. For me, a provider is someone who also provides
a sole provider, not a part of the whole.
Example. Hold on. A provider is not just monetarily tethered. It's not just financially driven. A provider is somebody who also provides their child the emotional environment in which that child has a positive male role model. Because being a good man is not just about money. If we're talking about character, how is a child going to learn and understand character if the only thing that they see from their father is his signature on a check that he wrote for a bill? It takes a lot more to cultivate good character, morals, and values in a child, and it's independent of how much money you're paying bills with. So yeah, you're saying it sounds like you this is the red pill undercurrent.
What red pill?
Really
what are you? No,
this
sounds like y'all are rejecting a patriarchal relationship. That's fine.
You're saying it sounds like you don't want a provider. It sounds like men need to be a little bit more dynamic and well-rounded, and that money is not the only thing that children need from men or women. It sounds like men are like it sounds like you guys. It sounds like the divorce rates make sense, and it sounds like you guys need to just be left alone or be with each other. That's what it sounds like, because that's a low bar. That bar is in hell. That bar is like
I don't understand. I feel like we all agree that actually, let me not engage with that. Let me let just because they've been up here, it looks like Truth Tellers first, then Cece, then Del the Brain, and then Concerned. Try to be concise because we are over time. Truth Teller, let's start with you.
All right.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you 1 minute.
this whole story definitely triggered me with the woman or whatever, and all that she's going through. So my answer would be yes, in terms of regarding her. She should definitely have already been left that guy years prior. And I agree with you, Anna, in terms of because his sister is the kid's aunt. And it is problematic that she has such a low view of her. And if I'm going to be, how can I trust my kids to be with her, their aunt, if this is a sentiment she's harboring towards me? Right? And I'm someone that's very big on family. And so I understand where she's coming from, because she allowed and supported her husband in developing a relationship with his sister. And it sort of feels like she was backstabbed in a way, because she provided the ability for her husband to be able to go and freely be with her, even though she needed him and his support at home several times. So I can understand why I would definitely, listen, I do not ramp. Okay. I do not ramp. I had trust. If you are a part of my family or extended family, I already had an interaction with my sister-in-law, and I let her know real quick. No. I deal with my brother, and then I deal with her. That's how that works. There needs to be respect at minimum. We don't got to be friend or buddy, but there absolutely will be respect, period, because they're blood now. So that is the reason why absolutely I would address her. Post with. You know what I mean?
Listen, people in the chat were really copying, please. Oh, it's just not her listen, you don't respect my kids if you're
you don't respect me.
For their father to fuck off. This is the thing. I don't understand how people think that her comments are benign or inconsequential to the overall situation. It's really not. If the father wants to continue having these kids in their life, if you know that the woman is going to be fucked, by extension, those kids are going to be fucked.
Exactly.
And if you know that, why, how much could you really care about your nieces and nephews if that's what you're telling your brother? No, I'll punch in your face. Absolutely not. You're not coming around my kids because you don't respect them. You don't respect the mother of the children, obviously. What would you do on the sly? She's like a sniper from the side. So she might not do something directly to the kids, but she might get a little bit she might get dirty on the sly. And I don't deal with people like that. If you don't respect me, don't come around my kids, because the next thing I know, we're on the news because you decided you wanted to get a little bit rough with them, or you locked them. Listen. Finally, Truth Teller came up here and she told the truth. The sister's not inconsequential. The sister's problematic. And it sounds like the brother and the sister are going to continue to build upon their narcissistic relationship. And if she literally said, fuck, they'll be fucked, fuck off, and see them whenever you can. I think that's what she said verbatim. It sounds like she's indifferent about how this is going to affect the kids.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
How something is going to affect the kids, bitch, you don't care about the kids.
Yeah.
If you don't care about the kids, don't go near the kids, because you're liable to do anything. If you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. Bitch, I'll punch you in your face.
Yeah.
Well, that was definitely over a minute. But thank you. It's fine. But thank you, Truth Teller. I appreciate that you didn't drag. Hopefully we keep that theme moving forward. Thank you. Cece.
Oh God, Patty.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Patty, I'm assuming you don't have children, correct?
No.
Okay. So I think the reason why you stand on that point is the fact that you don't have children. I don't think you understand everything it takes to raise a child, and not only just to raise a child, but to do all the extracurricular activities if they want to be in extracurricular activities.
Yeah, I know. I actually, really quickly, I actually really understand how much goes into make.
No, you don't.
Not if you think
a sole provider is equivalent. Not if you think no, it's not.
No, so if a man is contributing to that, if a man is contributing to that extreme workload that we just talked about regarding childcare, it feels weird for me for him to be giving that part of the duty, which we just agreed was really, it's overwhelming, it's extreme, it's a big duty to take care of your children. It feels weird for him to be doing that and then doing that.
Then don't have kids. Don't have kids.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yes. That's what I said. So it's
that's what people say when they can't engage with the argument
because you pay the bills. Absolutely not. I promise you, you can ask any mother. There's not a dollar amount that you can put on rearing children by yourself.
This feels weird. Why do y'all keep fighting that point? Actually, I'm not going to bring it back up. I don't want to interrupt your point.
Because you said that it's equal. You said that it's fair.
When I move forward, because y'all keep misconstruing what I'm saying. Again, y'all keep misconstruing. I'm going to just say it again.
I have a question for you, buddy.
You're done talking. Okay. When I said it feels weird for a man to be contributing significantly to childcare, right? Which we all just agreed is like a really significant thing in a relationship. So why am I giving half of this significant thing?
Okay,
You're giving half of this significant
can I stop
thing,
you for a
and then I'm
second?
providing
Let me stop you for 1 second, because you keep saying childcare as if these children are not, they don't belong to two people. There is no childcare when it comes to, no, this is not a daycare center. You don't drop your kids off and let me just take care of them for you. You are a parent just like I'm a parent. So when we go to those meetings at school and for this and for that, you can't be there. I'm going to be there by myself because you're already working, right? So that already puts me at a more active duty than you. And then you think you're going to come home and say, oh, let me prop up my feet. I'm done. That is not equal at all. It's not.
No.
I mean, this seems like modern relationships, so it might be something I don't understand.
Everything with you is how it feels and how it seems and how it looks, and we're trying to tell you, or we want you to understand how it is in real time, online, and in real life. But the only time I will say that it would apply, where a man could just kind of do whatever he wants, indiscriminately, is for the sperm donor we talked about in the beginning. Okay, he's the only one that is. It wouldn't be. Y'all didn't answer my question, by the way. The good-looking sperm donor, he can do whatever he wants. If you
ask the question again, Petty.
And that's your family, and you meant to have a family. You understood what having a family entailed.
Right.
Yeah, no, sorry, nothing negates that responsibility.
So again,
you owe it to your children.
Again, my question.
I don't think you should have children if you think that providing solely is the only thing you have to do as a man.
I'm gonna ask the question again when y'all are done talking.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you're gonna think that children are like, it's just a daycare, like I have to be there for them, I'm the only one that has to be there for them for 24 hours, you probably should just rethink having children. Like, just rethink
So
it.
my question again, in a relationship where I'm providing equally for my children, right? Childcare or whatever y'all want to call it, taking care of your children. In a relationship where I'm doing this equally, but I also provide 100% of the finances, this doesn't feel unbalanced to y'all.
No, it feels necessary, and it feels like you're adulting. It feels like you understand what the job calls for, and you rose to the occasion.
You didn't answer the question. I'll ask it again once you're done.
No, I do not think it's
answering it. It's a no.
And not want the answer.
I think it's a no, but I think that there are other things that we have to factor in. Like, I think that it's important to name that there's the 24/7, but when the kid goes to school or, showing up in different ways, making sure that there's organization to make sure that, hey, because if you're up in the middle of the night and bringing that kid to an emergency room, the job that he's working at here in America gives them the opportunity to have insurance. So I'm not saying that we're talking about it being 50-50. I'm definitely more egalitarian. He just doesn't get to clock out. But in reality, we're making it seem like there's only the caretaker and the breadwinner role. There's so much more there. And I think that the reason why we're missing each other is because we're not realizing, okay, so she might be taking care of the kids. Does he come home and maybe help clean up the dishes and stuff like that? There's the housework. There's the putting things together for all the rest of it. There's organizing like doctor's appointments, like
yes,
help out in other ways.
All of this stuff that you're mentioning
hold on,
that I
Petty, 1
said,
second. Petty.
all of this stuff that you guys keep mentioning that I say the man is doing his part in, doing his half in, not you're doing everything while he. I don't understand why y'all keep straw manning this.
See, this is how we know you don't have.
No, I'm not straw manning it. I'm saying that no.
Guys, hold on. This is why it's kind of frustrating, because you keep on saying you're referencing like numbers and quantifications and half, like you're stuck on the numbers. It doesn't seem like half, yeah, because you don't know what the whole is. You don't know
I'm
what
asking you, when y'all keep talking about egalitarian, what is that if you're not sharing things equally? That
egalitarian
feels like I'm sharing my half and you're sharing yours.
Done.
Yeah,
that sounds like you're sharing your duties equally.
Can I give an analogy?
40 here, 10 here. No, egalitarian is, that needs to be done. Yeah, one of us are going to do it. Egalitarian is just it's basically efficiency.
So egalitarian isn't about equally sharing duties and obligations.
This whole equality thing is
that is the definition of egalitarian relationship, by the way, if you want to look it up. Equally sharing the duties and obligations of your relationship.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. If I can offer an analogy, I remember I was doing like counseling or whatever, therapy, and I actually had a male therapist, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. He was telling me about his situation with him and his wife, and I think what it comes down to is that, like, I don't like the idea of the 50-50 and like whatever. I feel like everybody should come in and give 100 to 100, meaning that like it's about a family. And I think where we get tripped up is from the outset. If you're trying to like measure and time and like whatever, then you're already like, you've already failed in my estimation. So one of the things that he's saying is that like you can negotiate with your partner what your relationship is going to look like. And it's like, I don't see why it's an issue, because first of all, the woman being home when the man is at work for 40 hours, the woman is doing stuff at home as well. It's not like she's sitting around twiddling her thumbs and whistling. She's taking care of the children. She's cleaning the home. She's cooking. She's doing all of that. That is work. And as Annalisa is saying, it's just not quantifiable numerically in terms of like given a dollar amount to, but she's also working. And then when the man comes home, or what have you, and I think Wake Up Makeup Slay is trying to say it too, he's not ostensibly going to be able to contribute like a full 50% because the wife knows, okay, he's going to have time to rest off, whatever. But engaging with your child ought not to be perceived in the same way as going to work and earning a paycheck. They are your blood. And so spending time with your children not only enriches them, it enriches you also, and also create a greater bond between you, your wife, and the children. It is not about, you're thinking too much in like a financial, and that's a problem, right? And so there was an example actually, and by the most odd place that I came across it was Dr. Phil or whatever. And I was like, oh, that makes sense, where he's talking about like, and this is where I think the egalitarian thing comes in. Whereas like there was a period of time in his marriage with his wife where before he became who he was, Dr. Phil or whatever, he didn't have that much money. Both of them were basically like, they ain't got nothing, but they had their kids. And when he was down low, his wife was there for him to help support him in the in-between time. And then when she's not doing well, he's there for her. So it's not this selfish ass thing of like, well, you the woman, so even though you sick, I'm just gonna like piss off and like leave the dishes to pile up and leave the whatever, because like what happens if the woman becomes incapacitated? Is he not able to support and contribute because, oh, he's already contributed his 100% at work? So like when she becomes sick and is no longer able to cook the food and clean the house for a couple of days or however long she's sick for, oh, he can't do it possibly because he's already contributed 100%. Like that's where the problem comes in.
And I also have to say that that's the reason that women are so happy, regardless of if they're working or if they're stay-at-home moms, whatever the issue is, or whatever the setup is. But I would also venture to say that most men think the way that Petty thinks, which is unfortunate. It's a reality. I think that most men think the way that Petty thinks, and because they think that way, when times get tough, they get going out the door. Like that's why men pack their bags when women, when in their minds they're not able to work anymore. Like in their, because there's no sick leave, right? Like in their mind, it's like, oh, you got sick. Well, you're not gonna make the dinner. You're not gonna pick up the kids. That's why it's so easy for men. That's why women and families are so expendable, and it's easy to discard because you look at it the most binary
and maladaptive and dysfunctional manner, you look at it as transactional. You look
You're
at
arguing the
it
straw man.
Transactional. That's the point. Yeah, it's not transactional. Yes, that's a good word. Transactional.
And that's
You're
the
arguing the
reason
straw
that
man,
it's
and
so
I'm going to
easy
reiterate
for
my
men to
question
look at
again
his
once you're
sick
done.
Yeah,
place
because you
or
are
his
not
partner.
valuing
Come on,
the
wait a
woman's
minute.
work.
Petty,
That's the point. You're not valuing it.
Petty, I
You're
want
arguing,
to, like,
you're arguing a straw man.
Petty,
I'm
your
going to reiterate my
person,
question.
Because you are disregarding, totally disregarding the woman's work. That's the point. When the man is at work doing the 40 hours, the woman is at the home doing 40 hours as well. That's the point. And then the children are not just some boss or some stranger. They are your kin. They are your blood. And in spending time with them ought not to be into your mind like the same as labor at a job with people with whom you are not tethered to. That is the difference.
But Petty, hold on. What
The
I'm
woman
saying
is
is that I
working
think
too. She's just not getting paid.
Wait. Can I say something? Can I say something, Annalisa?
Hold on, Concern. I'm going to say this. I'm going to go on mute because I want everybody to have a chance to talk. Petty, people who think like men who think like Petty, I think the problem is the incentive. Like you shouldn't need that type of incentive to engage with your child. And I feel like that's what's missing for men. I think men have an incentive to go out and make money. They're making money. They have an incentive to be breadwinners. There is an objective incentive there. For when it comes to child rearing and engaging with their children, being present, emotionally available, and all of the time that it takes to properly raise well-adjusted, productive children, I think that for men, I think that they think they need an incentive. And that's a problem.
I'm going to ask the same question at the end of this, by the way.
The only incentive that a man should need is, I want this child to be the best that they can be. And I know that they need my love. And I know that they need mom's love. And I know that love comes in different forms. It looks different and it presents differently, but they're my children. I want them to do well. And that should be the only incentive. That should be the only incentive. The fact that men need more of an incentive and they have to crunch the numbers and make sure it's even. They have to crunch the numbers and make sure that it's fair. That's a problem. That's why women are not happy. That's why the birth rates, well, that's not why.
It's going down. It is going down in America anyways. It's going down.
Yeah, let's
it's going down globally.
Let's let everybody say what they need to say. Concerned, you wanted to speak to Petty?
Yeah, because so Petty, I think that the part that's hard right now is because we all answered no, right? No, the answer is no. It would not be unfair of him to have to come home and take care of the kid. Because when we think take care of the kid, we're not talking about this idea that he's running crazy. Like, we know the situations where there's like married single moms who are the 100% breadwinner. We're not saying that it is fair and okay if that person was a male. That's not what we're saying, because functionally in reality, most of the time when guys come home, the way that relationship and response happens is that this guy feels like he can relax now, when in all honesty, that woman has been overwhelmed. Like, when you think about how easily a child can run out in the road, there's also this, I have a dog and my dog is constantly trying to kill himself, like or unalive himself. I apologize. Like, there's just so much watching and hypervigilance that goes on when you're monitoring and rearing a child, that when you have another adult who can help you come home, wash the dishes, do whatever. That is so very helpful. There's so many things that she's not going to be able to be able to contribute to and finish up just because she has to watch that thing. And I think that there's this sensitivity as a woman that is important to name, because when we throw out women's contribution, it creates this situation where we can't have honest conversations about decisions when it comes to the child, about the decisions, like where should the kid go to school? Can you go pick that kid up? Can you stay home and do this, that, and the third? It's like she then becomes a quiet voice in the argument because, he's, contributing this money. So if there's a decision that we have to make about the school, she's not making the money, so the kid doesn't need to go to private school or something like that. Like, these might seem like strange examples, but there's a historical historical underpinning of undermining the amount of work women do that just doesn't work on the other end. Like I know that there are men who are stay-at-home dads, and I'm not taking away from them. They do exist. They do contribute, all the above. But when you casually throw it at, oh, 100%, he's paying 100% of the bills, that's the equivalent. No, it's not. Like, there's also, especially between the birth and 3 years, that child is feeding on her. It is for a lot of women. Some women don't breastfeed. That child is feeding on her, very literally taking her energy. And so there's just so many things that, to Annalicia's point, are unquantifiable that we can't separate from the lived experiences of women to have this very theoretical cut and dry conversation that's about math, because it's just not about math. And there's a lot of ways that making it about math, to everybody else, what everybody else is saying, that will give excuses for not realizing how much for not realizing how much comes up. And I know that I'm not saying anything new, but but the part that I'm trying to name is that we can't divorce this from the historical context. It's not cut and dry.
So the earlier example I asked Annalicia and Wake Up Makeup Slay, where there is a stay-at-home dad, for example, and a woman's going to work and paying 100%, she should come home and help.
Yeah, those are.
Yeah.
I answered your question. Hold on 1 second, guys. I answered your question and I said, yes, those are her children. She shouldn't help so that she can maintain an equilibrium. She should help because those are her kids and they need her. That's what that's what I said to you before, and I'm going to say it again. And I want you to understand, Petty, because even in the email, something as simple, right? Some of her complaints are when they're, and I don't know, Petty, you don't have kids, so I know you don't understand. But when you have kids and you're trying to rally everybody up to go out to the park. You're going to the park. You're going to like Sky Zone. You're going to do something as a family, and you have more than one child. It is extremely difficult to get the kids dressed, to pack the snacks. You have to get yourself dressed. And the example and her life story is that he gets dressed quickly. He's ready to go. He sits down. He doesn't do anything, and he's waiting on her. And he also gets upset and frustrated with her, saying she doesn't know how to manage her time while she's getting snacks ready. She's getting healthy. I would imagine she's getting snacks ready. She's getting water bottles. She's cleaning up the kids. She's putting on their clothes. She's finding a change of clothes. That's something as simple as him getting up and helping her even before he gets himself dressed. That is the issue. That is a problem. And that is why that's why men are failing. Because you see she's clearly running around. It's clearly difficult, and men would rather sit there because in their mind, like you, they believe I paid the bills, my contribution is done. You're the woman, you're female. This role's relegated to your gender. Whatever dusty, remedial, red pill, manospheric talking point or worldview that you ascribe to it, it's incorrect. It's not right, and it's the reason that men are failing at the highest clip. Truly,
And
it is. Something as simple as helping with
panel,
something as simple as helping with that makes a world of difference.
Regarding everyone else on the panel, you all agree with Anna as far as if a woman is paying 100% of the bills, and the man is the stay-at-home dad, she should come home and help. Still, we're all in.
No, I don't agree with her.
I do agree.
I think
you should. Like, you still need both parents.
Because they're still your kid.
I don't care how long I've been working.
God, Jesus. That's how you take it. People too selfish out here.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to, maybe the word help.
Wait. I did actually want to hear the panelists.
Are making
Anna.
it difficult to like.
Anna, I did actually want to hear the. Hold on, Petty. I wanted to hear, but I did want to hear the opinions from the rest of the panel.
No, I know, and everyone's gonna unload their clip. But if someone said no, I said yes. If I'm working all day, I want to come home and I want to see my babies. I want to engage with them. I want to know what they did today. I want to
It feels like you're going everywhere but the question.
Does that constitute help to
you?
No,
that's a part of it. I think she's answering it.
I would like the rest of the panel. I would like the rest of the panel to answer as well.
No, you're not going to dismiss me. Okay, Bandit?
I feel like, so you're saying directly you would have a stay-at-home dad and then come home and help him.
Yeah, it's not helping him.
Yes.
I'm engaging with my children. I'm helping
Yes.
them. I want to know how their day was. I want to read books to them. I want to engage with them. I don't care how many hours I
And
work. Yes,
Dell,
I'm tired.
Dell,
I'm
you
tired.
agree, concerned, truth teller, and
This is
TC,
what
you
you
all
sign
agree.
up for when you
No, I
are
don't
a
agree
parent.
with her. And I want to like just get this point quickly in as
Okay, yeah.
loading this point, but you guys are forcing men to be who they're naturally are not being. Like you're accusing men of being narcissistic, they have low empathy, and they only think in numbers. So if you know this as women, why don't you quantify the numbers? Every job that is involved in child rearing, I studied developmental psychology in school. Just disclaimer, I don't have kids, but I am privy to the studies. And what the studies show is every aspect of child rearing has a job market value. A maid, you can pay a maid. A nanny, you can pay a nanny. You can virtually outsource everything that would burn you out in the child rearing process. So unless if Petty was trying to say he expects his woman to do it all on just like, let's say like a $3,000 budget, then I absolutely agree with the ladies on the panel. He's out of his mind. But if he's providing more than that, enough to make sure that the feminine energy doesn't burn out, then he's right in that assessment.
So you're saying that you
that was
too
never
think-
that wasn't the hypothetical. That's all I'm gonna say. If the hypothetical was that he just has like an untapped amount of money and resources, that the hypothetical it was he works full time and he's the sole breadwinner and he pays the bills. That's the premise, or that's
And the woman did all the work. The work was not outsourced.
So like
the
a
woman was
high-paid,
expected to do all the work.
like a high-paid attorney.
Support, but
And exactly, and that's the other thing too, is that yes, you could outsource things like maybe nannying and cleaning up, like maid services, like cooking and cleaning, but it's not the same when your biological parent, whom you know is your biological parent, and you're in the same house as them, does not take care of you. And we've seen that played out time and time again, and the research goes to support it. People from wealthy families wherein the breadwinner, the husband, does make enough for the wife to be able to hire a nanny, and then a nanny becomes a surrogate parent for the children. Those children are often maladapted because they feel neglected by their parent. Right, so emotionally, because they felt like because they knew that their parents,
in every study, children who grow up in either households where the woman is working and both parents are working, they're also maladaptive as well because they weren't able to have the proper nurturing. So
so the point is that like it's not enough to outsource the thing that you can outsource the labor and not spend time with your children.
A lot of women are realizing that motherhood isn't what they desire, because you wouldn't really see it as like you're tending, like Anna was saying before, you wouldn't see it as a chore because it's your children and you enjoy being a mother. If you're able to outsource the other hard parts of the labor aspect to it, using the man's money, you're not going to have an issue with motherhood. If you genuinely like children.
Right. So but that's a whole different conversation,
because I'm not
though.
sure I want to. Where's that going?
So where it's going is I need Petty to
But wait,
quantify.
Anna, can we like let her finish? She's
I know, hold on, you guys. I just want to know who's talking. Like, what's the name of everybody talking? Because we have to like let's go in order and let everybody say what they need to say.
How about this? I'll read the super chat. I'll play the outro, and we can do an after show where everybody gets
everybody there. We can wrap up our thoughts. Perfect.
Sure. Nancy at Night says, no man's salary can pay for what a stay-at-home mom does. Men implicitly devalue what it would cost versus their salary. This feels like if you want to be a sole provider, then you would look for a trad wife. No.
Yeah, but we knew that. Did you miss that?
Yeah,
we knew that.
Yeah. So we are all on one accord.
I don't encourage any woman to not have her own at all. That is very much giving trad wife.
If she's working, how would she be a stay-at-home mom?
I don't think that she's. I mean,
my bad.
people work from home, and I'm not saying that that's not.
You're saying that's what you encourage, not necessarily that's what we were. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, thank everyone for. Thank everybody.
Petty, I also don't want us to conflate something being like labor intensive but not being enjoyable. Like they're not mutually exclusive. I don't think that something can be difficult, but it can still be extremely emotionally rewarding. And so let's not conflate.
So you all just missed the point.
To you, so a man's work can be just as fulfilling as motherhood is to woman. So that's why I can understand Petty's point where he's like,
but
if I'm doing my part, why
wait, let me play that. Let's take it to the after show, guys. Thank you everyone who watched. Make sure to leave a like on your way out, or you can stay for the ratchetness in the after show. Yeah. Yep, we are on one accord. It sounds like.
Okay, 1 second, Petty. You're. I'm gonna drag you by your.
See, this one I ain't married.
Why didn't Deli stay?
One second. So
I would like the callers to go first. I'm gonna give everybody 30 seconds to get their points out, and then Anna and I will close out. Cece. Concerned. Cece.
I'm here. Go ahead. Let Concern go.
Okay. I want to say, Petty, I think that your heart is trying to get to the right place, but we as women understand that there's a slippery slope in this conversation that has a lot of repercussions that we feel in our day-to-day lives. And when it comes to the actual situations we get into, when there's negotiating and compromise is needed in a relationship, hence the kind of passion we have for this conversation. I will say that to Deli's point, if I understood it correctly, let men, enjoy their work and women enjoy their mothering. Okay, sure. But you still need to have a father in your child's life who is present enough for that child to have a relationship with him. And that can look different ways, right? Like it could look a lot of different ways. I don't personally see myself, and I don't think that for most people in 2023, they could have a situation where somebody's relying on only one income. And so there's gonna have to be sacrifices and creativity done to be able to give the amount of, face-to-face time for a family anyway, because most women are having to work. So I think it's just important that we have this conversation in good faith, and that part of that is men realizing how much even the idea of babysitting your kid is ridiculous. Like it needs to be a situation where we're having a good faith conversation about the actual tasks, who's going to do what, and that we're going to respect that.
Thank you so much, Concerned, and I agree. Petty does not. I agree with you. Truth Teller.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if y'all remember, but I think back in 2015, if not 2014, there was like this thing going around. It was especially on Facebook where they actually did quantify a mother's work. And they were interviewing, they made it as like a fake interview. I don't know if you guys recall that. And they're interviewing a bunch of people for a work. I think it was like an chief operations manager or something like that. And then when they told them, they're like, actually, we're not hiring this person. Like, this is what a mother does. And so they had like a description of the role for which they were hiring. And then people got really emotional about it, especially the men, when they realized how much task is involved in actually being a mother. So yes, it could be technically to a certain extent quantifiable, but the thing is that most women and women who like and enjoy being mothers, just to like preface it, to address Dell's point, because some women regret it, I guess, after having kids, realizing it's not for them. But for most people, you choose to have children, male and female. And as such, and having children is a sacrifice, period. right? Because there's women, especially because you go through a lot in your body, whatever, and then it's not so much about you. And so the thing that's difficult for me, Petty, when you're saying like the 100% and whatever percent, it's like, to me, like it's different. And that's not to negate or dismiss, like, okay, because I work, right? Women also have an understanding too of what the work world is, because a lot of women have been working. And the truth is that a lot of families, very few families are in a situation where the man is a sole provider, first of all. Even historically, when patriarchy was like at its peak, women were still working. Don't get it twisted. There was only a small minority of people that was the case. Or what have you, like they still had to contribute to the household, particularly the Black family anyways. So for me, it's like when you come home after being like, working 40 hours, you still have an obligation to be there for your children, for their emotional well-being, right? For their emotional well-being, you need to be there for them and for your wife as well. Because if you want to have a happy marriage and you see that your wife is tired and you see that she needs a break, like, why would you be thinking like, I feel like that's kind of like short-sighted.
I don't disagree, by the way. My bad.
You know what I mean? Like, you want to help because it's like, if I see my man is tired or whatever, I'll be like, all right, like take a load off, whatever. And vice versa, like reciprocity is what it comes down to. Or whatever.
I feel like earlier in the conversation at some point we said the sole provider thing just is not working. And yeah, I mean, outside of, I guess y'all said that would be something that only trad wife you would only look for a trad wife if you want to be a sole provider, because outside of it doesn't feel like we're looking for that anymore. But I may be confused. But
I feel like what she's saying is that women go to work too. And regardless of the situation, let's just keep it a buck. Statistically, Black men are not able to provide for their homes.
Yeah. So none of us are looking for sole providership.
Okay. So it's not that we're not looking for sole providers. We do not have the counterpart to have a sole provider. If we're talking about Black men,
right. We're saying that it doesn't exist. And I would say that if it existed in so far as providing finances, but not negating or abandoning your parental responsibilities, then that's a provider that I would be interested in. If your only contribution, if the only thing that you can bring to the table is money, and you think that qualifies as a provider, for me, a provider, there's a little bit more. You need to do more. You need to reach deeper, and you need to do more.
Yeah.
And I want to jump in here because there's a couple of people, in the chat that are making light of motherhood. And the idea that, most of our moms did it and we're all here. It can't be that bad, or being a mom is not that hard.
No,
I would venture to say that just because we survived doesn't mean that everybody was doing a great job, and it doesn't mean we're all okay.
That part.
And I don't think that it's helpful to make light of the fact that we are, I don't think that was a really helpful statement. And, the kids are more dependent 0 to 10 in terms of oversight, but you still teenagers are nothing to play with, and they still it's maybe the oversight necessary is not as obvious. Like, I just don't want us to see this conversation as women being hysterical, because there's also different types of kids. Some kids need more oversight than others.
True.
And some kids, especially if you're talking about a situation where there are a lot of other people that are, influences on your kid. You have to, if that kid's going to Sunday school on Sunday, I really do need to follow up. I'm not making light of anything that happens there, for example. So I just really want us to name in the chat that we as women shouldn't, let's not play with that. Let's not because what that does is that undermines our conversation when we do want to have those good faith conversations with men, when we make it look like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, but you know what?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I didn't realize someone said that, but that is a problem. And I want to say that is a mindset though that I've encountered that men have in terms of, well, my mama did it, so therefore why can't you type of attitude. And that's problematic. And one thing I just wanted to say is that, like, with regard to men and like coming home and feeling like it's such a burden to take care of their kids, I said it in the comments. I'm like, they don't find it to be a burden, though, for some of them to have extramarital affairs and be doing all the things that they be doing extracurricularly outside of taking care of their family. So if they have enough energy once they're done work to go out and like be cheating on their wives and doing whatever they doing, they got time to take care of their kids, because you make time for those things which are important to you. Right? So
yes, yeah.
So if men are able to carry on whole affairs while they're, you know, working to 40 hours, they can come home and do what needs to be done in the home to support their wife and their children to ensure that their family continues on. You give energy to that which you find to be of value. So they just need to orient themselves to see the value in spending quality time with their children, period.
And thank you. First of all, thank you, Truth Teller. Thank you, Concern. Thank you guys for coming up and trying to speak life into Petty. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. But I agree.
Before we get to you, Anna, I want to wait. I want the last panelist to go because I'm tired. We're 4 hours in, and like we were supposed to be on for an hour. I'm actually really tired.
Oh my God.
And I keep saying, hey, 30 seconds for each person, and then like we're 4 hours in. So I do actually have to.
It's a very passionate conversation. I apologize.
I understand.
You don't have the ability to mute?
Huh?
Can you mute people?
I'm not going to mute y'all. Y'all are adults. I shouldn't have to do that.
No, but I'm saying, we can't hear you. I haven't heard you say like, 30 seconds.
I
or
literally keep yelling to me, wait, hold up, wait, let me read the hold up, wait. And like, I feel like I've been doing that all night over everybody.
You've been feeling a lot of things all night, but I mean, I haven't heard you yell.
Hey, look, I've been talking about facts. Facts don't care about y'all feelings. And
you have been in your feelings all night. But anyway, Concerned Truth Teller, thank you guys so much for coming up. We love you. Come back next Saturday. Saturday's gonna be lit because I'm gonna have some wine. I don't drink. It's gonna be.
Thank you again for coming up. And sorry to
dear. Yeah. Oh gosh, thank you guys. This was a very good conversation, though, top to bottom.
Thank you so much, Truth Teller.
Thank you.
Love you.
Good night. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Oh wait, Cece didn't get to say her piece. And then I think Z was the last person. You have 30 seconds actually. Whew, Z giving up a lot of them 30 seconds to the air. Well, Z left. I didn't kick them. But Anna, you can close us out.
I just want to say that, Petty, I know partially you believe some of what you're saying.
You are arguing with a moral hypothetical, by the way. I said in the beginning of the conversation that I believe in egalitarian relationships, which I'm pretty sure y'all are just talking about 50-50 with different words.
Okay, that's good. I mean, you were the public defender for the patriarchal breadwinner dynamic. But anyways, who cares? What I wanted to say is, I don't give advice. Petty doesn't really give advice. We're not really great with advice. We're going to get better, obviously. I don't give advice, but to the person that emailed with respect to whether or not she should confront the aunt, confront her fiance. I'm sorry, Petty. I know that this might be petty, but I would confront my fiance, and I would put boundaries on the aunt's access, how much access the aunt would have to those children moving forward. It's a messed up situation. It doesn't sound like therapy's helping. Sometimes, like myself and other Black and what's his name, Wesley Snipes, we hit a wall sometimes, and I think maybe the relationship hit the wall. I don't give advice, but I would look into separating and uncoupling, because it's not right for the kids to be crying about not having their father around. It's not fair that they have to chase other fathers around when they go to the park, and that's going to have a profound impact on them when they get older. So, I mean, it's time to go.
Yeah, I'm not going to confront anything but a divorce lawyer, but y'all can't, because y'all ain't married after 10 years for some reason, which probably isn't an indicator about the nature of the relationship in the first place. So I'm going to just consult some type of attorney to get my affairs in order and leave. I think they've already talked about it. Z, you had 30 seconds earlier. I think your mic was not working.
Yes, hello. Thank you for letting me back up here. I just want to say very quickly that I feel like what that woman was talking about men not being in their nature, I feel like that's something that a lot of people don't want to accept because of patriarchy, realizing that men put themselves in this position in order to be leaders, which is not a position that they naturally are. um and everybody's saying, oh, it sounds easier to say, but it's so much work. But like, let's be serious. Is being a full-time mother not a lot of work? Is dealing with men who don't want to actively be in your child's life not a lot of work? Like, if we're thinking about the amount of the workload here, is it not the same? You're just simply choosing a heavy workload with a more positive mental and emotional experience. That was all. Okay.
Sorry,
Bye-bye.
you're saying that the
Oh.
jobs are even?
I'm not saying that the jobs aren't even. What I'm essentially saying is that um, men are showing us that the job that they have, and they're also saying that the job that they have is not the job that they want. Men are saying, we just want to go out, we just want to go procreate, we just want to do labor when we feel like it, procreate, and then just go home and go to sleep. Like, that's what they want to do. And I guarantee you, if you ask that woman who sent you the email, oh, sorry, y'all, I'm trying to hurry up. If you ask that woman who sent the email if they're having sex, I guarantee you she's going to say no, or that they're not having as much sex as the man would like. And that's what he actually means when he's saying that she's not contributing enough to the housework. She's not contributing enough to his sexual desires.
She's not doing her wifely duties, her
Mm-hmm.
fiance duties. That's it. That's
Yeah.
an interesting take. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you again for letting me come back up. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Have
Thank
a
you for
good
coming
night.
up.
And then the last of the super chats. Nancy at Night said, I'm saying it's never uneven when a man is a sole provider because you can earn enough to make up what a parent's mother or father needs to contribute. You cannot earn enough to make up what they need to contribute. That's fine. Yeah, that's y'all opinion. We differ there still.
Wait, we differ there? Okay, I'm not gonna get into this. I think it was a good conversation. I think I got hot and I got tight at times. I think we need to definitely work on the structure of like people coming up, and I think that we are so used to Themis pulling the strings and keeping things in order, and I think that now we need to pull our skirts up and really and crack the whip. That goes for myself as well. But I think it was a good conversation. I think it was a good discourse. Thank you guys for coming up. Thank you to the woman that emailed. I hope things work out for you. I really feel really bad. I hope that I just feel bad, and I hope that you can get to a place where you actually feel appreciated and you're able to do what you need to do. Nobody should feel like a single parent if you literally go to sleep with your fiance and you wake up to him. That seems like a different type of torture. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Petty, I love you, but I told you I had a bone to pick with you because behind the scenes you were really copping pleas, like a real plea copying.
I feel like my stance has been consistent on and offline, as well as throughout the entire show. I feel like
It hasn't, but I'm not going to rat you out. I'm not a little snitch. It hasn't. I'm not going to say anything. I love you. I love your hair. I love your nails. And we'll see you guys Saturday at 7.
Saturday at 5 Central. That's going to be our time. Yeah, I think I like that. Right before y'all go out in the streets on Saturday night, y'all can come and get an hour long live stream. Please respect the mic as well. But with that being said, would you like me to bring up a surprise guest, or are you done? Because we are 4 hours in.
I'm good.
Okay, say no more. Yeah. Good night, everyone.
No, I'm saying I'm good. You have a surprise? I love surprises.
Oh. Well, we have someone, it looks like, named Pablo. Let me see what's going on with Pablo and if he wanted to join. No, we have 444 people in here. Y'all are telling me this many people came up to watch me be yelled at. Let's actually talk about it. Y'all just want to see me be yelled at, and that's what it feels like. Y'all just came up to take y'all grievances out. Y'all didn't actually want to argue about the topic.
I feel like you know, I'm not gonna go backwards.
Okay, cool. We can end on that. No, the guest said no, thank you. So everybody have a good night. Make sure to leave a like on the way out, and subscribe if you're not already. I will rewatch and let marinate what everyone said to me. Excuse me, what everyone yelled to me. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys. We love you.